You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. The most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey. The most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.
the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money, the end is here, security. We and them dead. Hey, tell them Munilal say, we and them dead. Even the 1% say, the party dead, dead, dead. They support us mourning and crying. Funeral arrangements they making, the DMO leaving. We and them dead. Condolences to the Balize. SIEP, no more pale pale. The rising sun is ready to govern Trinidad and Tobago for a brighter tomorrow. One, restart the economy, two, health sector immediately. Three, abolish crime, put sports on the front line. Four, every pipe must have water. Five, roads smooth as six, provide people with work. UNC ain't making jokes. Tell them drilling say, we and them dead. Social media say, the party dead, dead, dead. The registered party members in pain. Scarborough to put a spin, inside sources say, we and them dead. Tell them Arnold say, we and them dead. Police, army and prison say, the party dead, dead, dead. Election night, flambeau burning steady. The casket was on the hearse ready, read the red eulogy. We and them dead, dead, dead. Tell them Kamala say, we and them dead. Some of the members say, the party dead, dead, dead. When the carry come leaders hear what's up, seems like not one of them was in shock. Put them in one big box, we and them dead. Tell them Munilal say, we and them dead. Teachers, doctors and nurses say, the party dead, dead, dead. All the bad investments and fellas make investors not coming for the work. No more ice cream and cake, we and them dead, dead, dead. The red party showed no empathy for 18 babies and pipeline families. They so heartless, citizens in distress. The country in a crisis, SOE and still all Estes. One, UNC on a mission. Two, to correct the school system. Three, end poverty and clean up TNT. Four, speed up the housing process. Five, lower taxes. Six, revamp we energy. Bring back the oil refinery. Tell them Kamala say, we and them dead. Petrotrain workers say, the party dead, dead, dead. Bubba billions missing from the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money, the end is here, security. We and them dead. Hey, tell them Munilal say, we and them dead. Even the 1% say, the party dead, dead, dead. They support us mourning and crying. Funeral arrangements they making, the DMO leaving. We and them dead, dead, dead. Tell them drilling say, we and them dead. Social media say, the party dead, dead, dead. The registered party members in pain. Scarborough to put a spin, inside sources say, we and them dead. Tell them Arnold say, we and them dead. Police, army and prison say, the party dead, dead, dead. Election night, flambeau burning steady. The casket goes on the hearse ready, read the red eulogy. We and them dead, dead, dead.
Sunday, January 25th, 2026. We are live from the UNC headquarters here in Chicago. And today we have two of our MPs presenting and ministers. Minister Yvette Nathan, Minister of Finance, and Minister in the Ministry of Economic Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister for Rural Development.
No, remember.
I am Dr. Kurt Nagel, the PRO, and I will invite you to the podium first, and Minister. back. Thank you for joining us at the United National Congress press conference this Sunday, January 26th, 2026, 25th, 2026. We had some technical difficulties, which are sorted now, so thank you once again for bearing with us. Today, as I said, we have two of our ministers, Minister MP Devendranath Tanku, the Minister of Finance, and MP Minister Khadija Amin, the Minister for Rural Development and Local Government. So I will invite back to the podium Minister Devendranath Tanku to share some very important news. Thank you. Minister?
Thank you again, Kirk, and hello again. I think we must begin with a bit of information as a reminder about what we found when we assumed office short 6 months ago. Let me remind you that we found an economy in crisis, massive fiscal deficits with nothing put in place to finance it, billions owed by the state to providers of goods and services, including debts to building contractors, suppliers of essentials like medicine, medical supplies, fees to international agencies to which we subscribe, including international financial institutions, billions more owed to businesses and individuals via VAT and income tax. We found an economy and a country buried by a tsunami of crime caused by the refusal of the former administration to confront crime. We found a declining revenue base as a direct result of the failure to initiate any new revenue streams or to secure existing revenue sources. We found a sabotage of the Inland Revenue Division to the point where the entity responsible for tax collection was operating in many departments with less than a quarter of the required staffing. The Inland Revenue Division was working with outdated IT infrastructure. They were using Gentax 9 when the rest of the world was up to version 26 of the Gentax 4. All of this contributed to a net loss of your dollars in revenues every year. That is billions of dollars of yours, rightfully yours, which never entered our revenue streams, but was lost to tax evasion, inefficiency, and tax fraud by unpatriotic, corrupt businesses and individuals. In 2020, the then PNM AG Faris Arawi told the country that the tax gap, that is the money lost from taxation, the money not collected because of the failures of the former administration. Then PNM AG Faris Arawi told the country that the tax gap was between 15 and 12 billion TT dollars. Later, Carl Member, then Minister of Finance, would swear on an affidavit that the tax gap was closer to $10 billion. In either case, it's an astronomical figure, ladies and gentlemen. In the destructive decade of the PNM, that would mean that over $100 billion was lost, thrown away by the PNM. Who benefited from this tax evasion, ladies and gentlemen? Into the PNM pockets. Into which PNM pockets did this $100 billion go? And it is PNM pockets, because that is the only reason that could explain why the PNM Minister of Finance and the PNM Attorney General sat on their hands while crooks stole billions from this country. I want you to remember that tax cap, ladies and gentlemen, because based on the numbers that I have seen, if that tax cap had been closed, if the country had been able to collect that $10 billion every year between 2015 and 2025, this country would not have experienced the kind of fiscal deficits for the past decade that we have experienced under the PNM. That is $100 billion that could have been spent to improve your lives, fix roads, provide the police service with resources, including vehicles, medicine in hospitals, laptops in schools, repair bridges, support small and medium-sized businesses, create thousands of new well-paying jobs, all of the things that this UNC administration are trying to do now. At the very least, the PNM would not have had to borrow $100 billion. So when I tell you that the PNM has sabotaged this country, when I tell you that the PNM has destroyed or attempted to destroy this country, understand that I'm speaking on the basis of facts. These are facts that are in the public domain for any decent investigative journalist to find if they are inclined. I think the population already knew that. You may not have had the numbers and these specific facts, but you knew that the PNM had sabotaged the economy. So don't get distracted by their antics now. Don't be misled by the PNM and the PNM trolls on social media online and their demands for immediate solutions to problems that they themselves entrenched over the last decade. We have been in office for 9 months. Under the leadership of Kamla Persad-Bissessar, we have taken the bull by the horns and immediately began putting in place measures to treat with the problems that the PNM left us with. From increasing staffing at the Board of Inland Revenue, to the Customs Division's improvement, to go after tax evaders and make sure that this country, that is you citizens, get the revenue that you are supposed to get. We confronted the ghost gangs in URP and CPEP, where millions were being used to finance gangsters and the criminals who were then facilitated by a complicit PNM administration to slaughter citizens in the worst crime wave this country has ever seen. The PNM treated the Treasury as if it were their private bank account, spending $5 billion per year on contracts in violation of the procurement legislation, most of them without checks and balances, without accountability, and with no way of knowing at all if the projects were actually done, while millions were being spent. And they didn't just use your money. They borrowed to finance their wild spending. I've always said, ladies and gentlemen, that there's nothing wrong inherently with borrowing. What is wrong is not putting in place anything to repay the borrowing. What is worse is not having any accountability for the use of the funds. And they borrowed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm advised that in the period 2015 to 2025, the PNM engaged in borrowing of 223 new loans with a total value of 119 billion TT dollars. Remember that 100 billion tax gap that the PNM financiers facilitated and the PNM friends and families benefited from? If that money had been collected by the functioning BIR and Customs and Excise, ladies and gentlemen, it means in total the PNM would not have had to borrow 80% of what they borrowed. They would have had to borrow 80% less over the period of their 10 years in office, 80% less than $119 billion, ladies and gentlemen. When you consider as well that they spent over $620 billion during the decade of decadence, it means that just about 1 in every $5 spent by the People's National Movement while they were in government was borrowed. The question is twofold. What did they do with the money? And what did they put in place to repay it? I've already indicated that they put nothing in place to repay it, ladies and gentlemen. But let's focus on what they did with the money. Let me give you one example. According to a media release by the Ministry of Finance dated July 29, 2026, the Minister of Finance, then Colm Imbert, announced the government of Trinidad and Tobago had launched a 10-year US $1 billion international bond. He boasted about its success and committed, and I quote, proceeds of the bond are to be utilized to finance the country's development program over the rest of this fiscal year, as well as over the 2017 fiscal year. I want to repeat for emphasis because I will come back to this. Proceeds of the bond are to be utilized to finance the country's development program over the rest of this fiscal year, as well as over the 2017 fiscal year. So the then Minister of Finance carried his team all over the USA and England, Boston, New York, Los Angeles, and London, telling potential investors that he was seeking to borrow $1 billion US. That is about 6.5 billion TT dollars to finance the country's development program in the remaining 3 months of 2016 and the 12 months of 2017. Now, the development program is important. It is broken up into economic infrastructure, social infrastructure, multi-sector, and other services. It deals with the construction and maintenance of buildings, including hospitals, schools, and police stations. It deals with road repairs, drains, bridges, dredging works to prevent flooding, coastal protection, and policy development. So if the government under IMBUD saw the need to borrow to provide attention to the country's infrastructure, we can have no issue with that. And initially we didn't. But let's look at the figures, ladies and gentlemen. For 2016, IMBUD budgeted $7 billion for development program expenditure, but actually only spent $4.4 billion, abandoning projects worth $2.6 billion in fiscal 2026 alone. In fiscal 2016 we're referring to. In fiscal 2017, the story was the same. IMBUD budgeted $5.1 billion, but only spent $3.4 billion, abandoning $1.7 billion in work budgeted for, but not spent. And this was the pattern of the PNM. Not only the corruption that stole billions from this country, but where it mattered most, even when they borrowed money to finance it, somehow the PNM managed to use up millions and billions of dollars with nothing to show for it. Overall, in terms of the development program, the PNM identified projects that were critical over the decade of delinquency, spent millions costing and determining specifications for the projects, managed to get parliamentary approval for them, and then proceeded to abandon 1 in every 3 of these projects. As someone from a southern constituency, it was not difficult to see which projects they abandoned. It was not difficult to see the geographic discrimination practiced by the PNM. But what happened to this $1 billion US debt? What was put in place to pay the debt plus interest? What new revenue streams, especially foreign exchange inflows, were generated that could have been used to pay back this 2016 debt? How were they going to pay this $1 billion US debt back? How were they planning to pay it, ladies and gentlemen? What new projects? What new foreign direct investment streams? What new initiatives were introduced since 2016, which could have paid off even a small part of this $1 billion debt that IMBUD borrowed back in 2016? Not one single thing was done. No effort, ladies and gentlemen, was made to provide a facility which could pay the debts back, ladies and gentlemen. And while he boasted about his success in raising the bond and in convincing the investors that he had a plan for the country's development and revenue generation, especially US currency to repay the debt, the truth is that IMBUD had no plan. The PNM never had a plan. Their focus was to borrow, 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 spend, 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 and push the can down the road for somebody else to pay the piper. The debt remained on our books, ladies and gentlemen, as a bullet payment, with IMBUD's mismanagement and its PNM policies contributing to pushing the country down the slippery slope, contracting the economy when it should have been growing our economy to allow for bond repayment. These policies, ladies and gentlemen, of the PNM presided over the downgrade of our country's rating from Standard & Poor's from A to A-, then to BBB+, then to BBB, and then to BBB-, not to mention continuous changes in our outlook. The same trend exists with the Moody's rating. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, since coming into office 9 months ago, the Kamla Persad-Bissessar administration has confronted our economic and fiscal challenges frontally. We have engaged in tax administration reform. including a significant upgrade of the country's tax collection authority, including hiring over 300 plus new officers and upskilling existing staff, as well as introducing enhanced information technology support to improve revenue collection and strengthen corporate governance and accountability throughout the Inland Revenue Division. As I indicated, ladies and gentlemen, under the PNM, the Inland Revenue Division was using GenTax, which is the software used to collect that information with regards to revenue. They were using a version 8, while the rest of the world had progressed already to version 23. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a sin. The UNC government, the administration of Kamala Prasad immediately has been putting measures in place to upgrade our GenTax and our revenue collection system, ladies and gentlemen. But that's not all. We have initiated the modernization of the Customs and Excise Division again by adding technological, technical, and human resource support to improve collection efficiency. Together, these will address that $10 billion tax gap that Imbert allowed to flourish under his watch. But more than that, we have also engaged in expenditure rationalization, removing duplication in public expenditure, increasing efficiency, enhancing project management responsibilities, and ensuring value for money. By increasing the contribution rates and the retirement age, we are ensuring the sustainability of the national insurance system, guaranteeing that you will be able to continue to get your pension and health benefits in the future. But we didn't just stop there. In Budget 2026, we introduced several new revenue-raising measures, including a landlord business surcharge and an asset levy on banks and insurance companies, both of which seek to expand the tax base to build economic fairness through fiscal accountability. And we are currently working as well on a new NIF bond, the NIF3, and a REIT, a real estate investment trust, both of which will also contribute to the development of the local, that is the domestic stock exchange, and our domestic investor base. In November last year, we announced a revitalization blueprint, a 10-year plan to develop 11 new infrastructural projects throughout the country, designed to create 50,000 new sustainable jobs, advance growth generating industries to enable long-term sustainability and stability, modernizing infrastructure, fostering technology-driven industries, and develop new and attract new foreign direct investment. That is foreign exchange generation, ladies and gentlemen. Already we have received expressions of interest, including from China and the Gulf states, amongst others, including, ladies and gentlemen, domestic investors. Notably, yesterday our government hosted Her Excellency Noura Al-Kabi, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates. Additionally, ladies and gentlemen, there have been substantial developments in the oil and gas sectors, with increased partnerships between Trinidad and Tobago and major international energy companies. Based on the positive momentum developed over the last 9 months under the hand and direction of the Honorable Prime Minister, there have already been several key initiatives which are at final investment stage in the energy sector, as well as several other production initiatives already in progress. Based on the existing energy projects with EOG, Exxon, BP, Shell, Parenco, and others, we expect that this country will benefit from a significant boost in natural gas productions, upwards of 2 billion scuffs per day in the near future. It is against this backdrop of positive growth momentum that I approached the Prime Minister at the start of the year to go to market. The Honorable Prime Minister immediately agreed that the government should take the proactive decision to go to the international financial market in January 2026 to refinance the $1 billion US bond taken out by the former Minister of Finance, for which he has not yet accounted for. On January 16, 2026, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago announced a 3-day roadshow. On January 16, 2026, the Republic announced a 3-day roadshow comprising in-person and virtual meetings with key international investors. Our team met with over 50 fixed income investors via one-on-one and group sessions to provide an update of our credit and rationale for the transactions, as well as to provide factual insights, some of which I just presented to you, into the developmental projects and the programs of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, which will propel our economy and our country to sustainable growth. At the open of the business in New York on January 22nd, 2026, with a favorable market backdrop and supported by strong indications of interest from the roadshow led by myself as Minister of Finance and including the Governor of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, Larry Hawaii, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Suzette Lee Chi, Assistant Manager of the Debt Management Unit, Manager of the Debt Management Unit, Zara Mohammed, and Assistant Manager of the Debt Management Unit, Stephanie Tulsiana, Technical Advisor. Together with these individuals, ladies and gentlemen, on January 22nd, we announced the successful completion of its $1.0 billion sovereign bond issuance on the U.S. market. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to repeat that. On 22nd of January 2026, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago announced the successful completion of its $1.0 billion sovereign bond issue in the U.S. market. The joint book runners recommended that the Republic announce the benchmark transactions, and the order book climbed quickly throughout the morning with large offers from real money accounts, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to advise that the bond was immediately oversubscribed by approximately 2.5 times, underscoring strong and diversified investor demand for the investment in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and importantly, confidence in the plans, policies, and initiatives of the current Kamala Persad-Bissessar administration. This transaction was issued and managed by joint book runners, JP Morgan, and the Bank of America. The successful issuance represents a clear validation of the sovereign, that is Trinidad and Tobago's credit fundamentals and a new disciplined policy framework. Achieving pricing approximately tighter than benchmarks while attracting an order book 2.5 times the final issue size in the US market reflects sustained investor confidence in the credit and improved risk perception of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Leveraging over 140 unique orders from top accounts, ladies and gentlemen, Trinidad and Tobago took the book subject at 12 p.m. and shortly thereafter announced guidance. On the back of a solid order book that remains stable even after the guidance announcement, the Republic launched a 1.0 bond with a 20 basis points compression from initial price thoughts. The new $1 billion 10-year senior unsecured bond successfully closed at 6.5% and at 98.552% price. The notes will be listed on the Luxembourg Stock Exchange and will be governed by the laws of New York. Key transaction highlights include US $1 billion notes due 2036. We achieved the largest bond transaction in the past 10 years for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We achieved the largest order books in the last 5 years of $2.4 billion despite two negative rating outlooks. We increased participation in the number of total investors, 144 unique investors in 2026 versus 93 unique investors in 2024 under Coleman Booth. We repositioned the Trinidad and Tobago's credit with a large, diverse, and high-quality investor base. We compressed the pricings by 20 basis points from IPTS to launch. We materially extended external debt maturity profile average life of the Republic from 4.1 year average life to 6.3 year average life. We fully addressed, ladies and gentlemen, the August 2026 external bond maturity of US $1 billion. The transaction was priced at levels approximately 54.6 basis points tighter than the sovereign's original issuance of this $1 billion transaction issued in 2016. The transaction also achieved compression in spreads for IPT and priced inside benchmarks and prevailing emerging market levels. This transaction meaningfully enhances our country's funding profile and supports continued engagement with global investors on increasingly favorable terms. It should be noted that compared to recent sovereign USD issues by Caribbean and near-region peers with close to or better global agency ratings, we have priced at better values. They have priced at higher coupons, reflecting lower credit ratings and a higher perceived risk. What that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that Trinidad and Tobago have priced at a better position, reflecting superior credit ratings, credit risks, despite negative ratings and the negative outlooks of the two rating agencies. For example, ladies and gentlemen, we have priced better than some of our comparative or near-region peers. Bahamas, for example, with a Fitch rating of BB minus, went to market with a 10-year US dollar bond, $1.067 billion worth in June last year, close to the 1 billion TT dollars that we would have approached. And their coupon rate was 8.25%. Our coupon rate was 6.5%. Barbados, which has a Fitch rating of B+, went to market for a 10-year US dollar $500 million bond last year and attracted a coupon rate of 8%. I want to repeat, Trinidad and Tobago's coupon rate is 6.5%. And the Dominican Republic, their 12-year $2 billion bond generated a 6.95% coupon. Again, I want to repeat that our coupon rate was 6.5%. Given these truths, it is clear that international investors continue to place Trinidad and Tobago in a higher quality bucket, even amid elevated global rates and recent outlook revisions. Importantly, these results highlight that investors have fullest confidence in the country's ability to meet its fiduciary duties. Just as important, however, is that our request for financing was backed by solid ongoing plans and initiatives designed to stimulate economic growth as well as domestic and foreign direct investment. I want to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to thank Governor Hawaii and the team of the Ministry of Finance for their support and exceptionally strong involvement in this extremely successful roadshow and bond issue. I also want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar for her daily guidance on this initiative. It was the Honorable Prime Minister who insisted that the refinancing of this bond be pursued early and in the best of market conditions. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your support and faith in the process, for bravely taking these risks for the betterment of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. For anyone who has done this exercise before, you would know that it involves a substantial amount of preparation, research, and engagement to ensure success. And we have succeeded. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Minister Tanku, for that very comprehensive and inspiring report. It's so good to know that you've proven the naysayers wrong. The international community is very, very, very confident in the future of Trinidad and Tobago and given us $1 billion in financing. That's incredible news. Next, with also very important news and report will be Minister Khadija Amin, the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government. So I would invite her to the podium right now. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, members of the public. This morning, our press briefing, we find it necessary because over the last week, we have observed a deliberate attempt by the PNM to mislead the public about local government affairs, about carnival cleanup, and about local government funding. We have heard cries of a crisis, selective outrage, and a whole political theater from the PNM, including their political leader, PNM mayors and chairmen and councillors. But this morning, I am here to put facts, dates, and figures on the record because the public deserves to know the truth and not the noise and the hypocrisy that we are hearing. I want to begin with the position of our Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, where she very clearly stated, and I publicly endorse that statement, that the regional corporations must be more productive with the funds they have received. Regional corporations in the budget got over $2.1 billion, and that is more than enough. Regional corporations for some time have been spending money on fets and lime rather than doing their work. They are squandering taxpayers' dollars on fetting and alcohol when they are not delivering on real services. And that is the mandate we have given to all corporations. As Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, I have met with all our corporations on a continuous basis, and I have reiterated to them the need to return to their core services. In the 2026 budget, the PNM is claiming that they got less than the UNC corporations. That is a blatant lie. In the 2026 budget, the PNM corporations combined got $987.29 million. And that is 181 million more than the 805.46 million that the UNC corporations received combined. So the figures are there in the Ministry of Finance records that the PNM corporations combined still get more than the UNC corporation. So it is an absolute lie. The claim of the leader of opposition, as well as some of those PNM local government representatives who are scraping because they know that a local government election is at hand. And this clearly is their campaign. But I say to you categorically, we will not play politics with rubbish. The regional corporations have a duty, a legal duty, to sanitize their region. And we will be working with all corporations to ensure that the burgesses, the citizens, do not suffer. Carnival cleanup is no surprise. Carnival happens every single year. Juve happens every year. The parade of the bands in Port of Spain, San Fernando, Arima, as well as the regional carnivals in every region in Trinidad happens every year. So carnival cleanup follows naturally. It is not an emergency. It is not a last-minute discovery. Every regional corporation knows exactly what follows in the time of carnival, not only on Monday and Tuesday, but in the lead-up as well as thereafter. So any corporation and any mayor or chairman claiming in January that they are not prepared for cleanup after carnival is admitting to poor planning and weak management on their part. This is not a funding issue. This is a leadership issue at the regional corporations. And I want to reiterate that I have met with every regional corporation from the first week of January for us to treat with Carnival 2026 and the cleanup at the regional carnival celebrations. We have been coordinating with the NCC, the National Carnival Commission, and the Ministry of Culture. We chose early coordination so that nobody could claim they are scrambling at the last minute. Our planning has been very structured and focused on delivery. And the goal is to protect all our citizens, and corporations must not manufacture excuses to avoid doing their work. Stop the laziness, do your work. The PNM, of course, are aware of our planning because every municipal corporations were part of those planning meetings. Some of those meetings were in groups and some of them were separate, where we met with them, their public health officers, their work supervisors, and we heard from them what their needs are. We shared with them what the NCC celebrations were carded in their region, and they put forward their carnival cleanup schedule, which every year for decades the corporations have been producing. And we work with them to enhance those schedules of work that includes provision in some cases of additional compactors and flat tray trucks, water trucks to wash the street, and very critical labor to clean the streets and to clean other sites that are important to Carnival. Meetings were held with the Port of Spain City Corporation to discuss sanitation and Carnival activities on a whole, with us at the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, as well as with the Minister of Culture and the NCC. Our nation's Carnival activities are not only surrounding the national Carnival celebrations, as I say, in Port of Spain and San Fernando and so on, but we have regional carnivals. And these venues, of course, will be a focus to prepare beforehand, as well as clean up during the Carnival Monday and Tuesday and Ash Wednesday. But we also have many areas in the regions where we have beaches, rivers, recreation spaces that religious groups, youth groups, and families go to camp. That is a huge carnival activities, as well as on Ash Wednesday, where there's a lot of traffic and visitors to the beaches. So we have been working with the Sawa Lavantil Regional Corporation. While they don't have many carnival activities within their region, the Maracas Bay, Tyrico, Las Cuevas, and La Fillette beaches will be their focus, while they only have one celebration in the Aranguez area. So we have met with them and we have put things in place. In the Tunapuna Piaco region, for example, while you do have major celebrations in areas such as Aruca, Tunapuna, St. Helena, Maracas, and Maracas Valley and other areas, they also have the beaches in Blanchisseuse and some of those rivers like the Marian River, where you have a lot of visitors. So we have given them extra resources to treat with those. In the Sangre Grande region, they also have major carnival in the town center, but they have a lot of activities. If you think about Toco, Matlat, Salibia, the Valencia River, and other areas where people converge, people go to camp, and they camp for days at a time, in some cases for the entire carnival weekend. So we have identified those areas, and they too are getting additional resources, as well as Rio Claro Corporation, where you have the beaches that entire stretch from Mayaro to Rio Claro, Ottawa, and so on, as well as Guayari. We also have the Moruga beach facilities, and Point Fortin have identified the Clifton Hill beach area. So we have done detailed planning with these corporations. We have given them additional resources. Recently, we had a pilot project for our national program for the upkeep of public spaces, and that has given the corporations a new lease because they have had workers, they are running the pilot, and that similar system will be activated for the carnival cleanup. Workers will be employed directly at the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government and assigned to regional corporations during the carnival period. We have, despite all the claims from the other side, we had a feedback session with our stakeholders, and in fact CNC3 published an article quoting the Mayor of Port of Spain and other corporations who commended the program, the national program for the upkeep of public spaces. And in fact, every municipal corporation asks for the program to be expanded. So for Carnival, we will be working with NCC and SwimCall and other stakeholders. So I tell you, there is no crisis. One of the other things that we had, that I want to point out is in terms of details for this program, labor will be deployed for the Carnival season from the 2nd of February. The 1st of February is a Sunday. So they will begin on the 2nd of February, Monday, and work through till February 28th. We have over 1,000 workers who will be deployed to various regional corporations. And we have teams of 12 persons, 1 supervisor and 12 laborers. What we have done is moved away from paying people $80-something a day to paying them a decent wage. Our supervisors will get $269 plus $9 COLA. So they are getting $278 a day. Our laborers will get $233 plus $9 COLA. That is $242 a day. This is following discussions with several unions who made these recommendations. But you know what? While the worker gets a more decent wage, the overall cost is less. The daily cost for one team of workers is just under $2,500 per day. What we had previously was where you had the middleman, the contractors. So now that workers are being hired by the ministry, we cut out the contractors, we cut out the middlemen, we cut out the political figures and the gang leaders. We have productivity, which will be more measurable, more transparent, and more accountability. We are saving money, which allows us to employ more people and employ people directly. And this is a clean break from the models that the PNM had, where you had all these political people getting contracts. And some of the PNM people who are in uproar are upset because they, over years, have been getting contracts to clean certain areas. And we are moving away from that now by employing people directly and putting more money in people's pockets. So I say to you, when you hear them complaining, I'll tell you what they're complaining about. One of the very glaring contradictions that I see in this argument from the PNM corporations, we hear complaints that they don't have funding for sanitation, for cleanup, but they have money to throw fete. They have money for big celebrations and to buy alcohol and to wine low. They can find money for stage and sound system and fireworks and alcohol and to fund celebrations. But all of a sudden, as soon as there's UNC in government, they can't find money to clean up for Carnival. They can't find money to remove garbage from the streets. This is not a funding crisis. This is a pure political lie. This is a crisis of priorities where the PNM has their priorities wrong. Garbage collection is not optional. It is mandatory. It is in the act and it is a duty of the corporation. Sanitation is not a luxury. Don't play politics with garbage. And I want to warn the leader of opposition. She's a very experienced politician, and I think she should know better than to keep PNM caucus in corporations held by the PNM. The chamber of the council is not the PNM's Balize House. Keep your caucus at Balize House. By all means, you're free to keep your caucus and make your public statements, but do not do so in the facilities that belong to the taxpayers, such as the corporation's council chamber, and then boldly post it on your social media. My friends, our cleanup for Carnival will go on. Citizens must ask one simple question of these corporations. If you could fund a FET, you could fund garbage collection. Contractors are owed. In fact, we are meeting contractors in PNM corporations where they have received their full allocations even in previous fiscal, and they have not paid their garbage collectors. And we will ask you why. It is your responsibility because you did get the allocation. You did get the releases. And this is from the previous fiscal. So the UNC wasn't in government. There's no blame UNC. The PNM was in government at central government and at local government. And contractors are owed millions of dollars in some of these PNM corporations. So your discretion and your priority must be realigned. We and the government will not reward bad priorities with additional funding. And I want to be absolutely clear, the PNM has no moral authority whatsoever to lecture anybody about cleanup and sanitation and employment programs. We don't even want to talk about CPEP and URP. Under the PNM, or we'll just be standing here for an entire week if I have to speak about the ills and the corruption, the ghost gangs that became normal, the inflated contracts to friends and family that became routine, the political interference, the contracts to former PNM candidates and PNM's friends and relatives, billions of dollars in contracts that were spent with very little to show. So the taxpayers' money was spent and the taxpayers were paying for waste and inefficiency under the PNM. That system of governance is being dismantled. We have dismantled the URP entirely. There are many investigations ongoing, and the police have already started interviewing persons, and we will hear more about that. While we cut out the criminals, we cut out the middleman, we cut out the PNM friend and financiers, we are using the money to provide meaningful employment to real people and better wages. So I tell you, when the PNM cries discrimination, the facts tell a totally different story. The figures are there on the Ministry of Finance website. All the big yellow books that every MP in Parliament gets, the figures are there. So they know they are lying. They either know or doing zero research and just coming out with a whole theatrics. So I want to tell you, let us remove the politics from the rubbish collection. Funding will be fair and transparent under this government. The hypocrisy of the PNM must be exposed. And I want to give citizens the assurance that we in the United National Congress will work to ensure that every municipality, whether it is under PNM or UNC, that the citizens will be serviced. And I also want to say, it's just one or two of those PNM mayors and chairmen that are causing their own problems. Several of the PNM chairmen whom I met with are fully cooperative. The mayors have met with us, they have shared plans, they have made requests, which we have given them additional workers, and they are focused on ensuring that their region is clean, that people in their region get employment, and so on. So I want to tell you, it's just a few noisemakers in the PNM who are making this totally false claim, and I just want to correct the record this morning. We will continue to work with NCC, the National Carnival Commission, with our Minister of Culture, Minister Michelle Benjamin, to ensure that all areas for national as well as regional carnival are serviced. I also want to commend the NCC for their work at Flavor Village. Flavor Village and the John Cupid Carnival Village has turned out to be such a success. And you know, after all those patrons who were at the opening, NCC has really been vindicated after they went there and they booed down the place and so on. And many of those people either don't understand change and many of them have political affiliation. But I can tell you, over 200,000 patrons, can't be wrong, in 3 weeks. And you know, the feedback from the vendors, there are over 80 vendors in that village. And some of them, many of them have been selling for carnival for many years. And their feedback from them is that one night of flavor has brought more sales to them than an entire carnival season in the past. This means volumes for local economic development. And that will be reciprocated in regional carnival in every part of Trinidad and in every region. And therefore, our municipal corporations have a role to play to facilitate the local economy being stimulated and people of the country enjoying Carnival. So we support all our municipalities and we urge them to be fair with their spending, to be conservative and focus on what their job should be. And I also want to move, I know this morning we had a huge explosive headline in The Guardian. URP probe begins. The URP probe has caused an investigative journalist, his name is Joshua Simangal, to delve into the business of URP. I understand that they did acquire some documents through the Freedom of Information Act. This is not UNC information. This is information that is in URP, and any independent source, if they see those documents, they will realize that it is very clear that large sums of money would have gone to PNM general election candidates, other PNM officials, criminal elements, and a number of questionable payments. You also have where they have printed the names of companies who received over $15 million in payments. Again, former PNM candidates. And I want to tell you something. I am observing a trend where those wrongdoers who were appointed by the PNM in the URP continue to try to blame the UNC for their wrongdoing in the past 10 years. You should be apologizing to the public, apologizing to the taxpayers for your abuse of taxpayers' funds. And I want to tell you that our internal audits continue. The police investigation will very likely widen when they look at the documents that are available, and those who were involved in wrongdoing, they will face justice. But more than that, in addition to scrapping the corrupt URP program, the UNC has established the unemployment fund in the Ministry of Finance, and that fund has been accessed to do our public spaces, our Keep of Public Spaces program, our carnival cleaning, and that fund is being accessed to provide employment, meaningful employment to real people. So we are cutting the corruption, and by that we will make money available, and more persons will continue to be employed. So while we clean up, we are continuing to do our programs to upkeep public spaces, to provide sanitation, to provide value for money. Our workers are being encouraged to provide value for money because you are being paid a decent wage. You are going out there, and we want to ensure that our citizens have good service. So we in the United National Congress, we stand firm in terms of accountability, cutting out the corruption, and ensuring that our citizens have better service. So I thank you this morning for allowing us to share.
Thank you, Minister Amin. That was very important information. You threw a big bucket of cold water on PNM propaganda. The PNM gravy train is over and citizens are winning. So right now, I'd like to open the floor to the media to ask questions to our ministers here. And I will invite the ministers to come when the questions are posed. So if you could say your name and your media house, please.
Hi, good morning. I am Peter Christopher from Guardian Media. I just have a few questions for Finance Minister Tanku.
Sure.
Sure, thank you.
Of course, Minister Tanku, during your presentation, you did make reference to the fact that previous borrowing by the previous administration was not properly addressed. You have gone and refinanced this bond to a historic level. What are some of the strategies that you will have in place to make sure that those mistakes that you have highlighted will not be repeated?
Thank you very much for your question, sir. Good question. You indicated that we refinanced the historic levels. This is not historic levels. The fact is that in 2016, former Minister of Finance, Colin Booth, achieved his own historic level when we went to the US markets and England for that road trip and raised that $1 billion. Our raising of the bond, our successful raising of the bond over the last few days was as a direct result of us having to finance the loan that was taken out then, the bond that was taken out then. I indicated in my presentation several initiatives. I indicated two things. One, that the PNM administration failed to put anything in place to generate foreign exchange, to generate revenue streams that could have been used to fulfill the bond, to pay off the bond when we had gotten to it in 2026. I also indicated several initiatives that we have taken to increase revenue streams, including to close the $10 billion tax cap that Booth himself recognized, accepted, stated, specified, and did nothing about. Some of those new revenue measures would have been already stated and are in the public domain. The revitalization blueprint is one of them that have been getting a lot of media attention and a lot of attention from investors across the world. And there are several other initiatives soon to come. We expect to get additional revenue streams from the energy sector in particular, which is already trending upwards through the establishment of arrangements that we've had with EOG, Exxon, BP and others in the development of Shell, Manatee, and other fields. That's it. We have been putting in place measures for that exact purpose, to meet our financial obligations now and in the future. And we expect that those revenue streams, those foreign exchange generation options would be generating sufficient foreign exchange so that when the bond becomes due in fiscal 2036, that the country will be in an appropriate, comfortable place to meet its financial obligations to repay the bond rather than refinancing. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, I have a follow-up question. As you mentioned, of course, the energy sector is supposed to be on the uptick towards the later end of this year. But earlier this week, the NGC would have made some announcements with regard to the manufacturing sector in terms of the adjustment of the natural gas price, and the TTMA has expressed concern that this would lead to increased costs for their production. And potentially, are you concerned that that could impact our exports from Trinidad and Tobago?
I think the NGC has made it very clear that what they're trying to do is get to a more comfortable, realistic natural gas price that would benefit Trinidad and Tobago and manufacturers. I expect that there have been quite a bit of discussions between TTMA and manufacturers generally and the NGC. I'm not overly concerned about the competitiveness of our product abroad. I think our TTMA manufacturers are astute enough to appreciate that NGC has to live, NGC has to generate enough revenues to get close to covering costs, and that even at the revised prices offered by NGC to the TTMA, there's a substantial level of subsidy on the part of Trinidad and Tobagonians.
But are you not concerned that there would be some level of a trickle-down effect? Already people are concerned about their spending power, and the TTMA has suggested that this could lead to increased costs at the groceries and such. Is this not a concern for you as well?
The TTMA has indicated that it will lead to an increase in their cost. Realistically speaking, if the cost of an input increases beyond absolute measures, the cost of the final product will increase. That's logical. However, the price of natural gas was being supplied to these entities at a substantially lower price than it was being supplied to industrial sectors as well. What we are trying to do now is create a more realistic price range. There will be some objection, there will be some concern. We are in fact increasing the cost of an input. But I want you to bear in mind that that increase is specifically based on bringing it up closer to the price being faced by industrial customers and closer to the price of making the natural gas. The price of natural gas extraction generally is higher than the subsidized cost that TTMA was receiving. I think even at the increased prices, TTMA will still be in a better position than any natural gas user in any other part of the Caribbean in terms of the cost of natural gas.
So at this point, the consumers who are already facing higher prices, what comfort can you give to them that these costs will not be passed on to them?
That, I think, is a conversation that TTMA has to have with its consumers. I think that there's a challenge now for businesses, including the TTMA, to look a little bit closer at their operational abilities, to look a little bit more effectively at their efficiencies, and to streamline them to ensure that prices to customers do not increase.
I'm looking forward. I believe this week the CAF has a Latin American Caribbean Economic Forum, and you, as chairman, would play some part in it. Are you looking forward to that event, and are there any negotiations that you plan to undertake at that event?
I am actually looking forward to that engagement. As chairman of CAF, there's a lot that is expected of CAF in regional development. There are some conversations going on. There have always been some conversations. Trinidad and Tobago has had a good relationship with CAF. One of the issues that we are looking at to get some technical assistance from CAF with, and we are in advanced stages of that conversation, is assistance to look at the Exim Bank of Trinidad and Tobago for the purpose of streamlining and improving their efficiencies. So we expect to get that technical assistance in fiscal 2026 going forward. And there are a couple of other initiatives like that. We have had exceptionally good relations with CAF in terms of technical assistance in the development of our country.
Hi, good morning, Minister. Alicia Boucher from TV6 News here. Now, I must admit the area of bonds and so on, those are not my forte, but I would like to ask, and you could, feel free to clear the record. And how many investors, if you know, would have participated in this particular bond offering?
I think I cited the figure. It was about 133 investors who would have put in a request for purchasing the various parts of the bond. I believe it was 133. 144 unique investors. Thank you.
Now, there would have been speculations in the public domain as to the direction that the government would have gone pertaining to the variance between expenditure and revenue. And now that, some speculations would have been that the government would have approached the International Monetary Fund for borrowing and so on. And then we would have seen subsidies being reduced, like on liquefied natural gas, and that narrative was, put among by some as to whether or not these are some IMF measures. So now that you have completely, you have successfully completed this roadshow, would you like to address those who may have thought or think that the government would be approaching the IMF?
Absolutely. This government has not approached the IMF for any structural adjustment mechanisms. The IMF is due in Trinidad and Tobago, I believe, next week, but that's part of their normal article for consultation, in which they look at the economy, look at the initiatives of the government, and make an assessment of how things are going. This government is not taking advice from the IMF. We don't need it. As a matter of fact, what we do is we take guidance of the issues and concerns that they would have raised generally. I think that, though, we must accept that Trinidad and Tobago is a country in transition. We are moving away from the downward slippery slope that we have experienced over the decade of decadence by the PNM into a more stabilized period and an aspiration towards growth in 2026 and 2027 going forward. But when you have the former PNM leader, and you have the former PNM leader, and then you have the former and resurrected PNM leader, and PNM trolls on social media, all saying the same thing, it's easy for the population, I think, to be misled. This government has a manifesto. Our manifesto, provided to the national population, became the government's policy in May 2025, That policy is what guides our decisions. As you would have realized, even from the rating agencies, which gave us a negative outlook, we are not overburdened by the views of these agencies. We are not overly concerned about them. They have raised some issues. I have said in public domain before that we believe that some of the agencies were a bit presumptuous. They should have given us the opportunity to present our case and to show the direction that we were going in. But despite the allegations, innuendos, and suggestions by members of the PNM, the country is moving forward. And international investors at this $1 billion US bond raising showed what the rest of the world is seeing, that Trinidad and Tobago is a sound, solid country under Kamala Persad-Bissessar and the policies of this UNC administration to invest their money.
And just for you to clear this up as well, there are no plans to devalue the currency.
There has been another narrative. In fact, the former, I think he's still former Minister of Finance, Brian Manning, has on every occasion in the parliament trumpeted that this country is going to devalue its currency. Just like the PNL had previously trumpeted that there's going to be war and there's going to be chaos and bombing in the streets of Trinidad and Tobago. None of that have materialized. I know that the media and that the listening population knows better than to take advice or information from any unsolicited, uninformed news source, unethical and inappropriate conduct, and to get the news from where it is generated here. There has been no devaluation, and the fear-mongering of the PNM, I almost said race-baiting, but that's a factor too. The fear-mongering and the race-baiting of the PNM is a desperate attempt to cover up their misdeeds, as today's front-page Guardian has started to pronounce on, and more will come. The bleatings of the PNM are desperate attempts to cover up their misconduct.
Now, I just want to digress a little bit. We know that the NUGFW is set to meet with the Chief Personnel Officer on Monday. The CPO would have indicated that, well, you would have given the green light for that negotiations to go ahead. The NUGFW has stated that it is expecting a 10% for the two negotiating periods. I would like to find out from your end, what would that cost the country if negotiations are settled at that point, and whether that has been catered for?
I think you'll forgive me for not speculating widely about many things. It's a negotiation between the NUGFW and the CPO. After that negotiation is finished, then we'll be able to be in a better position to specify the numbers involved. I wouldn't want to guess the outcome of the negotiations at this point.
And Minister, would you also like to comment on the laying of the CLICO Commission of Inquiry report into Parliament? We know that there are still many policyholders who are in a disadvantaged position. We did hear the government say that, it would like to kind of settle that high level of litigation at the courts and so on. And what are the plans for that?
I think that too is a work in progress. I look forward to more of it coming to fruition. I look forward for the members of the media to focus a little bit more on the contents of that Coleman report, because what it does is it shows some substantial transgressions committed by persons in the public domain that we all know. The resolution of the CLICO matter, that remains a work in progress.
Okay, thank you.
Jesse Joseph, Penpoint Solutions Limited. Minister, is it true that the demonetization of the 5-cent coin is coming? And how soon, and what's the process of that?
I think that, again, you have solicited your information from an inappropriate news source. There has been no decision at this point with regards to 5-cent demonetization. That's it. There has been no decision at this point with regards to 5-cent demonetization.
Good morning, with Silat Prasad, 91.1 FM, Talk City. With respect to the devaluation, issues of devaluation, would the government continue to subsidize the current foreign exchange as it is, as in terms of managing it at the current rate rather than floating it at the market rate?
So that I think you know better. The foreign exchange management falls under the hand of the central bank, does not fall under the hand of the government.
Right. Okay. You had mentioned in 2016 there were 93 unique investors in the bond that was floated back then by the previous administration, and 144 unique subscribers to this latest issue. Are there any subscribers who participated in the 2016 issue who have opted to roll over their investments in the new issue? And if so, what percentage of the present issue are rollover investments?
I don't have that number at hand, but yes, I'm very sure that there would have been investors who have been satisfied in the direction that the country is going in and feel satisfied enough to roll over their investment.
Right. So how will the rollover investment be utilized? Because you wouldn't have to pay that in terms of a commitment as it is in August. Will it be used to augment U.S. Forex reserves, or for revenue generating reinvestment, or perhaps for capital expenditure projects? Have you all given any consideration?
We have not, but you are suggesting that the rollover will go where?
Well, the rollover investment, it means that you won't have to pay all those. It will roll over into, so it remains more or less.
Right, so it will roll over into the current
Yes.
allocation.
So how will that be
and
utilized?
Where are we going to get the extra money from if that happens? You see, the bond, I just want to make it a little clear.
Yeah.
The bond that was raised, the $1 billion bond that was raised, was to refinance a $1
Yes.
billion bond. So if there's rollover, it simply means that persons and investors will be taking over, moving their investment by, for ease of reference, cashing in the bond here and buying the bond here. So it's simply just rolling over. It does not mean that there's going to be a net revenue generation.
No, we understand that, yeah, but in terms of, you'll have access at least to that the money's reinvestment. So how exactly will the mechanism work in terms of the whatever remains in that reinvestment portfolio?
All right. Well, I think that there's potential for some adjustments. I think that there's potential for some adjustments if persons come in earlier. But that means we must finance that earlier transactions. But because this is a refinancing, which means that $1 billion from 2016 to 2026, that $1 billion is matched by this $1 billion. I don't expect substantial differences to come up based on the take-up. But if they do, it will be rolled into the annual budget. It is part of the consideration for expenditure into the consolidated fund.
Yeah. Now, as you mentioned, the subsidization of natural gas. Now, in terms of the extraction costs, just to explain so that we'll have a better understanding. I mean, obviously, NGC is a middleman. Upstream produce, go to NGC, they resell, they make a profit. How could NGC continue to make profit if the gas was being subsidized to downstreamers, TTMA clients, and so on?
Well, you're making my point, but I don't think that the issue is about NGC making and generating a profit. I think the issue is about raising the price of natural gas closer to what is being paid by others, what is being paid by importers of natural gas abroad, what we're selling natural gas across the world for, but also to make it a little bit more realistic in terms of the overall cost. But I think you're asking the wrong minister. The Minister of Energy is in the best position to answer those specific questions, as well as the chairman of the NGC.
Well, in terms of the price at which the oil and gas would have been predicated on, while we know our production has been declining, well, I mean, in gas, it has a marginal increase now, but the price, correct me if I'm wrong, was $72 and $72.5. Right, 25 for oil and 4.25 for gas.
Correct.
Oil has been trading substantially lower in the 50s and 60s. Gas price was trading lower. It has recently, over the last few days, really gone above. Would there be any mid-year review, any attempt to perhaps revise the figures, predicated figures?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Again, a very intelligent question. This is not the PNM. We have had an open, transparent policy of providing information to the population as and when required. The readjustment of the expectations for revenue will be part of the media review when it becomes due. So yes, we will do a media review, which is basically exactly that. It's a review of the budgetary plans, it's a review of the expenditure, and it's a review, of course, of the revenue streams. So you can expect that to come in the media review.
I have one more question for you, Minister Tanku. Well, a two-part question actually. You spoke about the large tax gaps and so on, and you would have said what your government has begun doing in terms of the landlord taxation and so on. But it may sound like a drop in the bucket, if you want to put it that way, for a $10 billion tax gap, I think you said it was. So I wanted to find out whether there were any plans to improve or to close that gap against the backdrop that the UNC administration, when it was in opposition, did go against things like property tax.
The tax gap is money that is due to the population of Trinidad and Tobago. That tax evaders, tax avoiders, and corruption is robbing the country off. So it's not revenue versus expenditure. It's not property tax. It's not taxation measures will not cut the tax gap. When I reference the tax gap that the PNM allowed to flourish and to benefit some of their financiers, because that's the only reason you will see a tax gap, acknowledge that it exists, and do nothing about it. That $10 billion tax gap that Imbert referred to multiple years ago and Faris referred to in 2020 and before, that $10 billion tax gap is money that people simply chosen to duck and hide, and businesses have chosen to duck and hide. And the government, the PNM administration of the time, by sacrificing the Board of Inland Revenue, the Inland Revenue Division, by compromising their ability, by refusing to upgrade their IT systems and their network, by undermining and understaffing the entity, the PNM administration facilitated that $10 billion tax gap. The way I said that we would treat with that was immediately tax administration reform. We will improve the tax compliance units. We will equip them with the resources. We will provide the GenTax, updated GenTax software. So we will know where the revenue streams are and where they're supposed to have been. It is impossible that the PNM administration, under Keith Rowley, under what's the next gentleman name? The Prime Minister, under the former Prime Minister, under the former Prime Minister, under the former Minister of Finance and the former Minister of Finance, it is impossible that they did not know. They knew that there was a $10 billion gap. And that's something I think members of the population need to pay attention to. Colin Imbert swore on an affidavit that there was about a $10 billion gap. He must knew how he came up with that. And if you know that there's this money missing that you did not collect, and you make no attempts to collect it, but worse than that, you sabotage the agencies that were designed to collect that. That is willful negligence bordering on criminal negligence by a government, the PNM government, and by a Minister of Finance, by the junior Minister of Finance, and by the subsequent Minister of Finance. You see this Minister of Finance? You see this government led by Kamla Prasad-Bissessar? We're not taking that so. So the administration changes that I spoke about, the increasing of the staff, the improvement of the IT, those measures are what are designed to treat with the tax gap. The new revenue raising measures are to add to revenue streams above and beyond. So these are measures that were not included before. But the tax gap, that $10 billion that we have lost over the last 10 years, that's $100 billion. As one of my friends says, $100 billion. That $100 billion was given away by the PNM. The question is to whom? Who collected $100 billion? Because this is not money nebulous. This is revenue generated by some persons and entities that they simply refuse to pay the tax that was due. They rob by fraud, by omission, and by evasion, Trinidad and Tobago for $100 billion. And the Minister of Finance then, and the Ministers of Finance then were complicit in this action.
Okay, quickly, if you would be able to tell me what level are we at now in terms of the GenTax software?
We are currently, Trinidad and Tobago is operating on the, I think I said it was level 8. GenTax software version 9. Version 9. The rest of the world has gone, I think, to 23.
Where are we at now since you're upgrading?
We're upgrading. The entire systems need to be changed. The entire software needs to be changed, and the hardware needs to be changed. The servers need to be changed.
So we're still at level 9.
We are in progress of moving upwards. But as you would imagine, level 8 was functioning under dilapidated, outdated infrastructure. We are now in the process of implementing new infrastructure, which will allow us to upgrade.
Okay, and I have a question here from a colleague. He wants to find out, from Rashad, he wants to find out how much of the 10 billion tax gap is the government expecting to be able to close in order to pay back the bond?
To pay what?
The bond.
No, the tax gap, I think people are misunderstanding what the tax gap is. The tax gap is you have earned money and you just decide to hide it and not pay taxes on it. We know that you generated a revenue and you have not paid revenue, you have not paid that income. So landlords, for example, who would have been generating a revenue for all these decades, they have not paid income tax. If there were some of those who would have not paid corporation tax, etc., that would be part of the revenue streams lost. That would be part of the tax gap.
Right.
It is not about raising that money to pay the $1 billion bond. The US $1 billion bond is to be paid in US currency, and therefore we need to generate foreign exchange. And some of the things that we have listed will be generating direct foreign investment.
And people have suggested higher taxation in terms of energy companies, these larger energy companies, and so on. But I guess maybe that should be asked to the energy minister, but I'll still put it to you to see what your thoughts are.
All right, so there is something called transfer pricing legislation. Transfer pricing legislation is where you have large companies, including energy sector companies, that evade due tax. That transfer pricing legislation is due to come to the Parliament very soon. The Prime Minister has listed it as part of the parliamentary agenda for the Trinidad and Tobago's Parliament.
Can I just ask one quick question to Minister Amin? One quick question to Minister Amin.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Hi, yes.
Hi, Minister. You would have mentioned the employment of, I think it is 1,000 persons who would be employed by the ministry and then sent to the different regional corporations to assist over the carnival period. I know that the government would have had the job fair, that job fair program in October of last year. How many persons did you have under your ministry for employment? And how many were filled?
From the job fair?
Yes.
So the National Employment Recruitment Drive, the National Recruitment Drive really recruited people across a different spectrum in terms of qualifications and so on. So there are numerous positions within the ministries, within the municipalities, as well as rural development company that falls under Ministry of Local Government that would have been advertised there. So several of those positions have been filled. Some of them we are still doing interviews. So it's not limited to laborers. What I can tell you is that these are pilot projects. So when we do the expanded program, we will also be doing it with the National Recruitment Drive. Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government is working with the Ministry of Public Administration and AI so that Minister Dominic Smith will ensure that all our data is uploaded there. What we have observed over time is a lack of transparency in the hiring practices at municipal corporations. A lot of people want a corporation job, and while the public can sign a book to apply for a job, you still have friends and family being selected from those books. So members of the public have made it very clear to different members of this government that they want to have an equal opportunity. And so we have taken that into consideration when we are redesigning the application process. And of course, we must do it in conjunction with the unions as well as the administration at the municipalities. So we will be making it easier, and we will also be even making it easier for small and micro contractors to be considered for some of the jobs that we do at rural development and local government. Again, it will be advertised. So we are working with Minister Smith to design and send all the data, but they will design what has to be advertised. We have also been asked to do small training sessions with small and micro entrepreneurs, small and micro contractors, so that they will have an equal opportunity to get jobs that fall within their scope. And some of them, they need guidance in terms of uploading documents, providing the regulatory documents and so on for their company. So that type of support, we are working on doing a session like that, a workshop with them. So we are targeting getting, as I say, down to the smallest person, rather than working through big companies and most of the money goes to them rather than to the laborer and the skilled worker and the everyday person. Yeah.
And as it pertains to the 1,000 persons, it would have sounded, at least to me, that it would just be for that carnival period.
Yes.
I know that one of the issues or one of the concerns in the country would be consistent employment. Can you comment on that as it pertains to at least after the carnival period is passed? Where are those 1,000 people?
So we are in the pilot phase. In the first pilot, we started on the 15th of December, and that is a 3-month pilot program where we have 220 employees under the National Program for the Upkeep of Public Spaces, and we have teams assigned in every municipality. During this pilot, we have been working with them to get feedback into how we could improve when we do the expanded program after the pilot finishes in March. What we're doing here is for the carnival is adding to the pilot, where we're doing 1 month only for carnival. And again, this is from the 1st of February to the 28th of February, where these persons will be supervisors and laborers. And I indicated the wages that they will get. It's far more substantial than what was paid to URP and CPEP workers. And they will be assigned to the regional corporation to do the work for that 1 month period. What that allows us to do is to demonstrate the importance of managing your workers. Prime Minister in a statement pointed out that there are over 13,000 employees across all 14 municipalities. And people complain that corporation workers work for an hour and go home. In fact, I had a senior person from the corporation say that workers come to work for 6:30 and leave at 6. So it speaks to the impression of what people see as their productivity. You're very lucky to see people after 8 and 9 p.m. People are signing the attendance book and leaving, not performing work. And then you have other employees in the public service and in the private sector working for sometimes less money and staying for longer hours. And the productivity is what we are concerned about. Of course, the unions have called me to say, listen, we can't work more than these hours because we don't have bathroom facilities on the road. And the truth is that during the hours that they do work, we could get more productivity. And in my discussions with the union, they have agreed with the Prime Minister's sentiment. So while they indicated they will work with their members to increase productivity, I can tell you that our pilot programs have seen significantly more in terms of the progress report. We are seeing far more productivity from the workers who are there. While we have dealt with the issue of the wage, moving them from the bare minimum to having a substantial, decent wage, what we have to work on now is job security. So while the pilot, as I say, the pilot program, we have a 3-month pilot program, and we have added to that for the carnival with 1 month employment. What we are looking at together with the Minister of Finance is how do we provide productive workers for an extended period that will really produce and be efficient in the municipal corporations. And corporations have a duty to manage their workers. And in some cases, the police has to get involved as well, because you have criminal elements who have been employed in these corporations. Sometimes you can't find an entire team of workers because they have been employed, they do not work, they sign a register, and they go home and they are paid. That happens, and we are working with the corporations where this is taking place. This is fraud. And there are people out there who want real jobs. So the culture of ghost workers and the culture of the criminal element infiltrating and intimidating, the culture of political patronism, where people are putting their friends and family to work, and they feel because they're related to somebody, they don't have to cut grass or do work. That has to come to an end. There are people out there who want those jobs. And the Prime Minister is right. And this issue of productivity has plagued the regional corporations for some time. And I'm committed to working with them to improve the productivity together with their representative unions.
On a point of clarity, Minister, of course, this is related to that similar to. You mentioned, of course, that the application, the ministry is now where they would apply for the jobs and they're no longer going through contractors. So what is the mechanism in place to evaluate these applications, and what resources have been put towards that?
So far, because the pilot, we have such a small number, we employed people who are from the region so that we didn't go countrywide to advertise. So I'll tell you, it's difficult to take in one region, one regional corporation. If you look at Tunapuna Piako as an example, if you take people from throughout Tunapuna Piako region and then you have to send them to some areas like Heights of Aripo or Blanchie Shares or Maracas Valley, some of those further out areas, even on the southern side of the constituency like Kelly Village and Monroe Road and so on, it's impractical. So while in this program, we have relied on recommendations from our councillors and our MPs when this is only for the pilot. When we open the program, we will advertise publicly, and as far as possible, we will try to place people closer to their place of residence, so that you will also have community pride, where they will be cleaning up an area that impacts them directly. So we are working on that aspect with the Minister of Public Administration and AI, who is also responsible for the National Recruitment Drive advertising, Minister Jolene John. In fact, an interministerial team has been assigned to work with all ministers concerning recruitment and advertising. And that includes Minister Jolene John, who managed a fantastic initiation, the launch at National Cycle Center, which also went to different parts of the country to do that recruitment drive where over 100,000 persons applied. And so we will work with them. Minister of Labor is also on that committee to get their recommendations as to the best fit, because local government is not just about jobs where people have resumes and qualifications. You have people who do menial work, or what they call menial work, but where we have outlying communities that we want to be serviced, and where we have people in those communities who want employment. So we must find a way to facilitate that, but in a very transparent manner. Yeah, so these are just the pilot projects that are ongoing now. And we have also been receptive to people making their input, stakeholders, not just the unions and the employers, but citizens also making their input into what method they think should be utilized in opening up the transparency across the board, whether it is recruitment or some other aspect of the program. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Minister Amin and Minister Tanku.
Is there one more question I can quickly ask Minister of Finance, please?
Okay.
Yeah.
One final question.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Minister, with respect to the 150 million US dollar settlement of the Proman's transaction, fraudulent transaction, according to the appeal court, purchase of 51% controlling shares from Clico Energy shares. Did you have any input into the settlement of that recent announcement of a settlement?
The short answer is no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
I just have two questions. One with regard to the what is the status of the Fair Trade Commission Board, and of course the status of Caribbean Airlines in terms of the fixing up and cleaning up of the operations there, as there are rumors that there are some issues with regard to monies owed to suppliers for Caribbean Airlines as well.
All right, so I'm not aware of the issue with regards to monies owed to suppliers. I know that the work with regards to the rescue attempt on Cal is currently ongoing. Under the last regime, there was a lot of inappropriate conduct and a lot of mismanagement of resources that took place. Those matters are being resolved expeditiously as we speak. With regards to the Fair Trading Board, that matter is also soon to be before the Cabinet for resolution.
The long answer, if possible, while the short answer was no to the previous question, would you be at liberty to give a long answer?
So that I'll answer you again with a no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Tanku, Minister Amin. This was a very informative session, a marathon one. Thank you to the members of the media, and thank you to our viewers from around the world. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. This is Dr. Kirk Negu, PRO of the UNC, signing off.
Sí, señor. Bring it. Where we going? Caracas or Washington? Not Venezuela. Not Venezuela. Otra vez, otra vez. Not Venezuela. Look back, I say in the cold. When the Yankees sneeze, we just catch the cold. This is not a quiz. It is what it is. Whether wrong or right, we caught in the middle of this dog fight. It's a simple case of rock or hard place. Carry compensate, but the one that don't bother me. Get talk shop, yeah, even agree on CSME. This is not a fairy tale. We need defense, not a holy grail. If I watch it break out for you, tell me what the hell carry conquer to. The US is the biggest trade partner. Our economy is linked to the US dollar. Citizens just line up for US visa. Carnival in Miami, New York, and Atlanta. So who could you choose if you was in Kamala's shoes? Who more important to us, Washington or Caracas? It's the US keep us fed, all of us got even buy bread. I am stating the fuck how you want anti-Kamala to act. Where you just find the diaspora? Yeah, we borrowed from Flatbush and Utica. Sensibly, who does purchase the LNG? If Kamala move rush, everything could crash. Listen to me well, it's with who we does share intel. We must make a deal. It's not about how you feel.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey. The most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Come on. Yeah. I never made a fortune. It's probably not too late.
It's probably not too late.
Oh, but I don't worry about that much, 'cause I'm happy anyhow. As help a brother, very slow. I'm drinking from my saucer, like drinking, 'cause my cup has overflowed. Yes, I'll keep drinking from my sauce, Lord. And drinking from my sauce, Lord. 'Cause my cup has overflowed. My cup has overflowed. Keep me as the apple of thine eye. Hide me under the shadow of thy wing. O Lord, my Savior. It's so hard to deal with personal struggle. It's so sad when you feel.
Truer words were never spoken.
Keep me as the apple of thine eye. Hide me under the shadow of thy wing. O Lord, my Savior. It's so hard to deal with personal struggle. It's so sad when you feel alone in your trouble. It's real hard when you want to talk to a brother. It's so bad because of how some look at you after. So Jesus, cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover my head. Satan want me dead. Cover my back from human attack. So Jesus, cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. People see you smile, but don't know the hurt that you're feeling. Even as God's child, at times your heart does be bleeding. Where can you go when you're really looking for healing? Who know how to flow when your soul needs some restoring? So Jesus, cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover me home from evils unknown. Cover my feet so I'll never retreat. Oh Lord, cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover my brother, cover my sister, them who under pressure. Cover, 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 cover the preacher, every church worker, the young believer. Cover, 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 the worship leader and intercessor, every gospel minister. Cover, cover, cover. Jesus alone is the one who has the real answer. The one on the throne is the true and loving Father. He will hold your hand and keep you from going under. He will make you stand and let you know he's a fixer. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover me, man. You know the struggle sometimes. Cover me out, that the wrong thing wouldn't come out. Oh Lord, cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover the Christian in the midst of aggression with the power of your right hand. Jesus, cover, cover, cover them helpless children. Jesus, defend them. Send help from heaven. Jesus, cover, cover, cover all them radio stations that blessing the nation. Grant divine protection. Jesus, cover, 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 cover me, cover me.
Truer words were never spoken. The less you associate with some people, the more your life will improve. Anytime you tolerate mediocrity in others, it increases your mediocrity. An important attribute in successful people is their impatience with negative thinking and negative acting people. As you grow, your associates will change. Some of your friends will not want you to go on. They will want you to stay where they are. Friends that don't help you climb will want you to crawl. Your friends will stretch your vision or choke your dream. Those that don't increase you will eventually decrease you. Consider this. Never receive counsel from unproductive people. Never discuss your problems with someone incapable of contributing to the solution, because those who never succeed themselves are always first to tell you how. Not everyone has a right to speak into your life. You are certain to get the worst of the bargain when you exchange ideas with the wrong person. Don't follow anyone who's not going anywhere. With some people you spend an evening. With others, you invest it. Be careful where you stop to inquire for directions along the road of life. Wise is the person who fortifies his life with the right friendships. If you run with wolves, you will learn how to howl. But if you associate with eagles, you will learn how to soar to great heights. A mirror reflects a man's face, but what he is really like is shown by the kind of friends he chooses. The simple but true fact of life is that you become like those with whom you closely associate, for the good and the bad. Note, be not mistaken. This is applicable to family as well as friends. Yes, do love, appreciate, and be thankful for your family, for they will always be your family, no matter what. Just know that they are human first, and though they are family to you, they may be a friend to someone else and will fit somewhere in the criteria above. In prosperity, our friends know us. In adversity, we know our friends. Never make someone a priority when you are only an option for them. If you are going to achieve excellence in big things, you develop the habit in little matters. Excellence is not an exception. It is a prevailing attitude.
Let me say a special hello to our 95.9 FM listeners. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's Sunday Talk, Let's Talk Politics with Uncle Tommy, COP, Professor Walshit, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you know the deal. We come to you every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. That's every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. And folks, you know your WZYE civic duty. As soon as you join us, share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe, WZYE TV and YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444. Or 973-609-6509. That's 973-609-6509. And this is how we start the thing.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday. Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. And on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life. And as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
You're tuned to WZYE. You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE, we originate, not imitate.
In the village. In the village with Uncle Tommy and Professor Wall Street.
Mr. COP.
Hey, this is Lady Gaga. Hey, it's Taylor Swift.
You're live in the mix with the one and only.
Hey, this is Justin Timberlake, and this is
In the Village.
Yo, what's going on? This is Drizzy Drake.
Hi, this is Rihanna.
Hey, what's up? This is Ludacris.
What's up, y'all? This is Nicki Minaj.
You're rocking with the best. It's In the Village. In the Village with Uncle Tommy and Professor Wall Street.
Mr. COP.
To our cherished listeners, partners, and the entire WZYE family, we extend our deepest gratitude for your unwavering support throughout our journey. Special recognition goes to key pillars of our community, Mr. Wall Street, Uncle Tommy, and Mr. COPs whose vision and dedication helped transform a humble beginning of just 5 listeners into the influential voice we are today. At WZYE 95.9 FM, we don't merely broadcast, we pioneer. We are committed to delivering the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Our promise remains clear. We originate. We do not imitate. More than a radio station, we are a movement. We are a community united by shared values. And above all, we are a family bound by integrity, purpose, and a relentless drive to uplift. Reaching 20,000 subscribers is a testament to your trust. We pledge to honor it by continuing to challenge the status quo, amplify authentic voices, and serve the people with courage and conviction. As we move forward, we ask you to hold fast to what matters. Stand for something. Keep the fire of passion alive in your hearts. May God continue to bless you and your families. Together, we rise. The WZYE 95.9 FM family, where truth ignites community.
Laid to rest, laid to rest, laid to rest, laid to rest. It's alleged, it's alleged, it's alleged, it's alleged. Hey, tell them Kamala say, PNM dead. Petrochen workers say, the party dead, dead, dead. Bubble billions missing from the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money, the end is here. Security, PNM dead. Hey, tell them Munilal say, PNM dead. Even the 1% say, the party dead, dead, dead. They support us mourning and crying. Funeral arrangements they making, the DMO leaving. PNM dead. Condolences to the Balize. SIEP, no more pale pale. The rising sun is ready to govern Trinidad and Tobago for a brighter tomorrow. 1. Restart the economy, 2. Health sector, immediate victory. Abolish crime, put sports on the front line. Oh, every pipe must have water. 5. Roads smooth as 6. Provide people with work. UNC ain't making jokes. Tell them drilling say, PNM dead. Social media say, the party dead, dead, dead. The registered party members in pain. Scarborough, the put a spin. Inside sources say, and the hearse ready, read the red eulogy. PNM dead, dead, dead. Tell them Kamala say, PNM dead. Some of the members say, the party dead, dead, dead. When the carrot come leaders hear what's up, seems like not one of them was in shock, put them in one big box. PNM dead. Tell them Munilal say, PNM dead. Teachers, doctors and nurses say, the party dead, dead, dead. All the bad investments and fellas make investors not coming for the work, no more ice cream and cake. PNM dead, dead, dead. The red party showed no empathy for 18 babies and pipeline families. They so heartless, citizens in distress. The country in a crisis, SOE and still lawless. One, UNC on a mission. Two, to correct the school system. Three, end poverty and clean up TNT. Four, speed up the housing process. Five, lower taxes. Six, revamp we energy. Bring back the oil refinery. Tell them Kamala say, PNM dead. Petrochin workers say, the party dead, dead, dead. Bubble billions missing from the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money. The end is here, security. PNM dead. Hey, tell them Munilal say, PNM dead. Even the 1% say, the party dead, dead, dead. They support us moaning and crying. Funeral arrangements they making. The DMO leaving. PNM dead, dead, dead. Tell them drilling say, PNM dead. Social media say, the party dead, dead, dead. The registered party members in pain. Scarborough to put a spin. Inside sources say, PNM dead. Tell them Arnold say, PNM dead. Police, army and prison say, the party dead, dead, dead. Election night flambeau burning steady. The casket closed and the hearse ready. Read the red eulogy. PNM dead, dead, dead.
Professor Wall Street and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. That's every Sunday. Don't forget, folks, when you join us, share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe. WZYE TV and YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444. And folks, we promise you that bring you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And we put that in words for you. Take a look.
Ansam LeBon and Marshall Nesbitt solemnly swear. Ansam LeBon and Marshall Nesbitt solemnly swear to conduct this radio program in a true, fair, and balanced manner, ensuring that all perspectives are given equal consideration and that the information presented is objective and unbiased. We pledge to provide a platform where diverse voices can be heard, fostering open and constructive dialogue that serves the best interests of our audience and community. Our commitment is to uphold the principles of journalistic integrity and ethical broadcasting throughout the duration of this program. Thank you.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our pledge to you, the people, that we bring you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And we bring in my pal, the young man himself, the one and only, Uncle Tommy. Tommy, where are you going? Tommy, your video a little dark, boy. Where are you going?
I'm going pretty good, thanks.
Yeah, your video a little dark. It's just in your face.
I don't know. I'll probably make a change.
Let me say a special welcome to the young man himself, the one better known as COP. COP, welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Professor Wall Street and Uncle Tommy.
Good afternoon. Sir.
Good afternoon.
I see you're very patriotic.
What's that?
Good afternoon. You're very patriotic today.
Oh, yes. After that press conference, you had to come out patriotic. And good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago, and all the viewers of WZYE 95.9 FM. Good afternoon.
You know,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. COP, Sims, you're talking about patriotic, right? So you on the ground in Trinidad, right? And I want you to be, I want you to be, I
Honest, sir?
want you, eh?
Honest, sir?
Nah, honest. You know, uh, I want you to be very critical. Do you believe, COP, that people living outside of Trinidad and Tobago are more patriotic than most people living in Trinidad and Tobago?
Oui, papa. Oui, papa. Hmm. Yes, yes, yeah,
COP,
yes,
before you're going, you're sure you want to answer that way?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I think many citizens who live in outside show more concern than the citizens who live in right here amongst our citizens. And I'll tell you why I say them thing.
Right.
In the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and if I have to link it, we supposed to be patriotic, um, especially for the development of our country. Um, when we look at how the citizens of this country keep a blind eye and unpatriotic for so many years in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, we can identify the disasters that take place. Why is the citizens supposed to be patriotic rather than keeping a blind eye? I can understand why our country in this dilapidated state right now. And when you look at it, even on this program, and you listen to the foreign callers and them show more patriotism than the people them that living over here. But don't ask me too much of them questions for me to bring down the people that are living amongst too much.
Yeah, that's why. That's why. As you see that, Just School says, patriots don't abandon their homeland.
You on your own with that. Just school you on your own with that. I don't think it's abandon. I don't think it's abandon. It's independence, opportunity. People look forward, not abandon. And when you're living outside over there and you're still concerned and the contribution you make on behalf of your country and the development of your country and the future of your country, I don't think that is abandon.
Yeah. Let's take this call. Mr. Intellectual, welcome.
Let's pro Uncle T, COP, and everybody on the live.
Yeah, man.
That question you asked there, it's a real low blow. It's a real low blow.
Yeah.
I guess you gonna understand where I'm coming from because all the patriots in Trinidad and Tobago, right? When they talk out, they just want to kill them.
Yeah.
When they stand up, they just tear gas them. When they look to voice their opinion, they lock them up.
Yeah.
They just beat them. You understand? So the patriots and them get subdued in such a way that when things happen, they look for outside platform to voice their opinion. Now that the brothers and them in the diaspora, right? Them outside. And they're more free than everybody else to voice their opinion and speak out loud so that we could hear them. So we will tell yourself, well, boy, them fellas and them sounding more patriotic than we are. But the truth of the matter is, the true patriots does voice their opinion inside and outside of the country.
Correct.
And I don't think anybody who is a patriot, right, would stay silent in spite of. So there are those who may seem to be unpatriotic, but deep in the soul, there are no real true leaders to bring them out. You understand? Now they're getting a little voice. And because of that little voice, You understand? Platforms like these, men could stand up and talk out.
Right.
But you notice that a lot of people, even when they call, they're afraid to call a spade a spade. You understand? I get that people just call this station and say that, oh, I want to tell, I want to say that the government doing something good, but they have problem with the rest of things that is good, you know, but that they don't like. You could call that patriotic.
Okay.
Not patriotism. That is being hypocritical. But when you're a true patriot, you call a spade a spade. And if the government doing something wrong, you tell them that they're doing something wrong.
Right.
And whether your supporters are then vexed with you, you're supposed to come. You see, like how COP does operate? I admire the man. You know. If he feel in his heart that something ain't supposed to be, and he talk out, he have a right to say that, you know. That's patriotism. So that people could hear and people could understand and listen, this is not the way that we're supposed to go down. Or if that is the way he think, we shouldn't oppose him for that. Let him think that way. But we must show our disgust or our objection to the reason why he's saying that. You understand? Not to attack him, but the reasons why we feel that he shouldn't say that. And I don't think Mr. COP go be objectional to those kind of thoughts or anybody else. If you are a true patriot, because what you want is your country to grow. You understand?
Yeah.
This is how we just do it. So I appreciate the question today, and I hope that the people and them understand that this is a learning experience for us. And if anybody want to object to that, then they don't want to grow and they don't want to see the country in the place that it's supposed to be. Let me grow together now. Have a blessed one.
Thank you, man. Thank you. You know,
I will be biased. Wall Streeter. I will be biased, but I will be biased only for my political party, the UNC. Okay. I will be biased.
Okay. Tommy, what about you?
No, I believe you have to speak your mind, and you can't bottle up what you really truly believe, because to build a nation together, we're gonna have to have dialogue, and you must be truthful about your feelings. No question about it. But patriotism away from Trinidad is easier to express than when you're in Trinidad.
I agree with you, Uncle Tommy. Take our original.
Oh, yeah, because I was saying back, you know, I waiting. Tommy, I like how you do that, you know. You know what people just do is they just say things and then they say but, right? You say the but first, and then you put the first part after.
You thinking while you speaking. That was making good. That's what make it good.
That was a good one. I give credit. Okay.
But I want people to understand that when coming to politics, I will be biased. And I'll be very sarcastic, very controversial, and very biased when it's coming to defending my political party, especially Kamala Prasad Bisesa. But anything else, expect humanity from me.
Let me say this, and the reason why I asked that question, I want to take people back to COVID-19. You know, we here at WZYE 95.9 FM was fighting for citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. More than citizens in Trinidad and Tobago was fighting for their own citizens who wasn't in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, sir. Yes.
All you remember that?
And the ones who saying there's patriot now, them was giving us reason why we should stay home and why we shouldn't go nowhere, and why giving us a reason why we brothers and sisters cannot leave from outside and come home. And they're playing patriotism today. Hypocrisy.
And let me say this. Let me take it even further. The most patriotic person we have in Trinidad and Tobago today, by far, it's not even close. It's not even close. It's
Give
Prime
them a
Minister
guess.
Kabak.
You should never say you should never say the callers them a guess. I would have give them a quiz there. Yeah.
All right.
But that not to be done. You don't get them the answer already.
No. Maybe they ain't get it. Maybe they ain't get it. It has people like Gordon who doesn't get it.
You could ask them to send a voice note. Who are the most patriotism leader in Trinidad and Tobago?
In your estimation,
yeah,
Gordon Dryden ain't go get it. Gordon Ganga Chana Dryden Joseph ain't go get it because
Gordon applauding the government just Thursday and saying what a wonderful work they're doing. And I hear them on radio station. Applauding the government for the wonderful work they're doing.
We didn't ask the question who is unpatriotic. That's not the question we asked. We asked who is patriotic. Let me say hello to Gordon Ganga Chana Dryden Joseph. We say who is unpatriotic. I mean who is patriotic, not unpatriotic. So folks, who in your estimation do you believe is the most patriotic person in Trinidad and Tobago today? Call us with your answer or send us a voice note. Call us with your answer.
And from now to 4 o'clock, we want at least 15 new callers to give us the answer.
All right, let me go to the chat. Oh, first of all, first in the chat today was
Rajendra Maharaj.
Yeah, and I see Volsang arguing, but who was first in the chat today? I feel to be always arguing when he's also running. If he's also run, take your participation medal and go and sit down in the corner. But you always arguing. I don't know what it is. Caribbean Soul, take care of that fella for me now, please. Please. Man, always arguing, boy. If you tell me, I don't know what it is. I know what it is. But I'm not trying to get nobody business. I stay not at people business. I'm not trying to get involved in that. I stay not at that. Although don't involve me in that. I stay not at that.
Uncle Tommy and he own with that.
Yeah, Tommy on your own with that. Who just told me is Monica Ramkison?
No, first was Rajendra Maharaj, then Anand Tila. Let me see the time here, I'll tell you.
Nah, he can't be before Monica. What time?
Hold on.
You see, Tommy,
11 a.m.
No. You see, Tommy, you see, you just get a fella who are just talk about the ammunition. You see? You just gave him ammunition.
What time you showing as the first person?
8:29 a.m. Let me take
What's
this
that?
call off.
What are you showing COP?
I know what you're saying there. What are you showing there? You're showing nothing. We now taking a call off here there.
Yeah,
look like
caller, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Professor Washington.
Good afternoon, sir.
Patriot person.
Yeah.
Emperor Selassie, I the first. Where you a patriot? But Mr. Washington.
Yeah.
As a man, I want to come out of the black book. Because I feel like put me in the black book. Because just now, Friday, I went down by the parliament and I see the Honorable Prime Minister. Then the Prime Minister, the minister, who was now in the press conference there, and she told me I was to call she, because she knew my mother was sick, and passed something. When I go in to check I see that the press conference there. You know when them see me, them wait till the press conference ready to done to tell me to tell me on Wednesday, Dominic see the minister. But Mr. Washington, I going through real victimization thing, but that's all the simple thing I say. I fight and toil. The other should poor people to the lowest class at the end, by. I knocking on doors, no opportunity. My minister and all blacklist me.
All right, you.
When I go there, to go by the MPs and them, all right, what?
All right. Okay.
We go work to get that better, KFC. We go work on that to get that better.
KFC, you got to talk to Mr. COP privately and get a strategy in place.
We will work to get that. We'll work to get that better. Let
Do
me
you hear
leave
me,
that off
KFC?
air now. Yeah. Let me leave them thing off air now and we will work to get that better.
All right.
Yeah,
So
with the help of Professor Wall Street, we will work to get that better.
yeah. Tommy Monica Rankisoon was first in. Good morning, Wall Street and all viewers. Then Batos was next. Good morning, WZYE and all the villagers. Then Hafiz Mohammed was next. Yeah, then was in like 8 something and 9 something.
Wow,
Then
I don't know
Batos
why.
says it's cold and snowing. Couldn't stay out for long. My hands showed. But what Batos? Where Batos is in? Where are you located, Batos? Yeah, where are you located? Volsang said I was first over there way.
Yeah, to me
So
like
that's
I
what
see he
now.
was first. When I watched earlier, I used to be like I see he was on first.
Who, Volsang?
Yeah. And I
First
say,
way.
wow, boy.
He was
Huh?
first after the 2 people signing. he was the first.
Volsong just message him man and say, bye, true patriot to WZYE, you know.
He's a true patriot. Yeah. Or Semantic 62 say some of the activists who didn't get hampers now want to sign petition against KPB and UNC. You know about that, COP?
Nah, I don't know about that. Huh? I wouldn't encourage them chipping that.
Semantics, where you get that from?
But people entitled to do what they do.
Yeah, X body X. I wonder if body X first time here, boy. Clico is a black man company that P&M destroyed together with the. I would think with the 1%, boy. I go put that in the 1%. Correct is right, body. Correct is right. The P&M don't want to see black people prosper taller. The P&M only want to see black people in the sub-basement. And when they see them in the sub-basement and to continue to vote for them, they're very, very, very happy about that. Very happy. You understand?
You listen to David Nackett. And he said,
yeah.
Ay,
Karumba. Yeah. And then I listen to the young fella too. The young fella speech. The young senator.
Yeah.
Young
What's his name? Rashid something?
Yeah. Something, yeah.
I say, wow. They not
yeah.
fabricated stories, you know. They true life stories, you know.
Correct is right. Batos asks a question, right? And I think I have the answer for him. Let me see here. And I'll make sure I save it in my phone. Batos asks. Okay, let me see. Okay, here it is. Batos asks, question for the professor. Can citizens invest in these bonds that the minister is talking about via the stock market? Right? So he asks a very good question there. Right? Because the minister was talking about bonds and there was a roadshow. There was a bond roadshow. So the answer is, Batos, yes. Citizens can typically invest in government bonds promoted during a bond roadshow. But how and whether they can participate directly depends on the structure of the issue and local regulations. 1. Purpose of a government bond roadshow. A bond roadshow is primarily designed to market an upcoming bond issuance, explain the government's financial positions and bond terms, attract institutional investors. And that's more of what they are trying to do here with this bond show, is to attract institutional investors. For example, institutional investors like pension funds, insurance company, bank, and asset managers. However, roadshows may also signal future access for retail citizen investors. So can ordinary citizens invest? Yes, in many countries, but usually not at the roadshow itself. Citizens invest through commercial banks, licensed brokers or dealers, central bank, administered retail bond programs, stock exchanges, once the bonds is listed. Like you asked the question, Batos, And then there's retail versus institutional bonds. Governments often issue institutional bonds, large minimum investment, example, USD of $100,000. Retail or savings bonds, smaller minimum, specifically for citizens. If the bonds is retail targeted, citizens can invest directly. If it's towards institutional only, citizens may still invest indirectly via a mutual fund, pension fund, or later secondary market purchases. Right? So that is, so the bottom line is citizens can invest in government bonds, but usually not directly at a bond roadshow. Access depends on whether the government creates a retail offering and the channel used for distribution. Right? So I saw that question and I didn't want to, next thing back.
Them is good questions. Them is good questions. It mustn't just have political questions. It have the investors and them want to be part and want to know. Uncle Tommy?
Yep.
Kick
Yeah, they
myself,
want to
sorry,
know.
I kicked myself out. Sorry about
Educate and inform.
that. I kicked myself out. So yeah, that's just to give and for people who was listening to the program and talking about the roadshow now and what the finance minister was doing. So Batos, that was an excellent question. That's why I say I'll come back to it. But anyway, let me finish up in Batos, what part of the world are you? So we have a snowstorm, my fellas. And I was to crank up my snowblower yesterday, boy.
How's she running?
Eh?
How's she running?
Boy, that snowblower, boy, when I just plug it in to start it up. And once I plug it in, it run on gas. Once I take out the plug, it run on gas.
How many HP is it?
Is it H8?
It's pretty strong.
Yeah, 8. When you see that thing showing, so it's real showing.
If current go by earlier for 24 hours.
I have a generator in the garage.
And you have no generator.
What's that?
And let me say it's generator spoiler.
Current don't go so.
Current don't go so, you know.
Oh, I now remember it's not Trinidad.
The thing they stay and take off.
What happens is that they have enough backup system that even if
they have enough backup system. And you know, COP just say that
what a place all you choose to live at, boy? What a place all you choose to live at, boy? No, place to live.
COP, many of us didn't choose to live there, you know.
Well, right, there were sometimes the opportunities over there too.
So there's
I shouldn't say that way. I should say that what a sacrifice you all make, huh?
Well,
but there are a lot of benefits.
Correct.
Benefits.
I'm enjoying the right thing there, now.
So COP, go ahead, Tommy.
The benefits far outweigh the negative or drawbacks.
Correct. So I ask myself this question all the time, man. If I had stayed in Chumakak until to this age, what would I have been?
You might have been Brother Blues partner.
No, I ask myself the question all the time. If I had stayed in Chumakak until, what would I have been today? What would I have been, boy?
You'd have been running.
Yeah, I think I'd have been still running. I'll still be trying to find a scholarship.
You would have been running looking for success.
True, correct is right. I think so. Caribbean so say Batman. A lot of state-owned companies have shares with citizens, but it's not for me and you. It is for who they know does get first preference. Yeah, well, I remember one time when I was working at the New York Stock Exchange, I went to the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange. And when I went there, if you talk about Jurassic, Stone Age kind of system that they had there. But anyway, that's long gone. I think they have upgraded it since. Marilyn says, yes, we are. I guess Marilyn is outside. So Marilyn's saying that people living outside of Trinidad more patriotic than people living inside of Trinidad. The cipher of thought. That's a good one. Cipher of thought. Nobody living outside are not more patriotic. They are more sympathetic. Nah. And this thing arise from just school. Patriotics don't abandon their home now. Like, why you didn't abandon Trinidad? My mother sent for me. I go tell she, I ain't coming. Eh? If she sent for me.
if we abandon Trinidad, we wouldn't even be talking about Trinidad right now.
Nah, just school just trying to pull we legs, man. That's all. COP. Volsang says COP. Walls is afraid of honesty.
Of your honesty.
I don't know what you're talking about now. Caribbean Soul says, I don't think people don't like their country. The politics is what people dislike.
True.
I think that's an accurate statement. Anthony Fort's a professor. Someone not living here could never be more patriotic than who actually live in here.
What?
Anthony Ford, I think I could drop that you from your last name, you know. So you and the next Anthony could
fight up for the same name.
No.
What without E and what without E?
Someone not living here could be more patriotic than who actually live in here.
Yeah, no, on the air.
Huh? I don't know how that could be. You know what I'm saying? So because when Anthony Ford make that statement with the E, he can say someone, you know. That could be one not living here. More patriotic. You think so? You think so? Someone that living here could never be more patriotic. SCOP?
I think the foreigners on them is more patriotic.
All right. Okay. All right. And here comes
they show more concern. They show more concern.
Yeah.
Trinidadians show more concern in politics and neglect humanity. What they're supposed to really be standing up and fighting for.
Right. Yes, so Anthony Ford, why would two dual citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Tommy and myself, have a program 3 hours, 4 days a week to discuss things in our country when we could have a program to discuss things in our birth country rather than to discuss things where we currently live, and we have lived here longer here than we have lived in Trinidad and Tobago. Because we have lived here longer than we lived in Trinidad and Tobago, you know.
Absolutely. More than twice. More than twice.
Right. Correct. So we should be talking more about the US more than anything else, as opposed to talking about Trinidad and Tobago. How much more patriotic do you want? Right?
Like you think, I feel you think about that question before you ask me to, you know. You think about your answer too, you know.
No. That just come up because I saw something in the chat. I didn't really. Yeah, I didn't really think about that.
Well, you defended the right way. You defended the right way there.
Yeah, I mean, really and truly, when you talk about, if that is not patriotism, then what is? You see what I'm saying? If that is not patriotism,
patriotism for nearly half of the population in this country, over 300,000 people, is being a PNM, and them tell themselves when PNM in power, they are patriotic. Half of the country, that's why I mentioned they're not patriotic.
And correct is right. Right? And to me, that, let me ask the next question, COP. If you are Trinidadian and you leave Trinidad and Tobago, and in 1 year you lose your accent, are you a patriotic? Are you patriotic? Are you a patriot of your country?
You're a hypocrite, a damn hypocrite in your language, and your accent. It have people just go away for 3 months and come back and talk in Yankee by me and just walk away from them.
Them patriotic? Eh?
Yeah.
Anthony Ford, them patriotic? Eh? I want
Your
you to
ball,
chew on that.
sometimes you hear some of them just go away for 6 months and come back the way you're speaking, the way they're speaking, you just chips and we just watch them and say, what really wrong with these people and them, you know?
So the cyber of thought says, how many people living outside come to vote for any election? 5%? So you ask a question and you answer your own question, right? So I'm going to try to answer that question. Tommy, you think is as little as 5%? 5%
Possibly.
is what? 5,000.
Early 100.
5 was a 20, 5 was a 5 was a 6. That was maybe 6,000. 5%. Let me see. 5%. Let me see. Are we getting numbers right? 1.4 million, right?
He's probably talking about 5% of the persons outside.
1.4 million. Okay, hold on. Times 105. All right, about 7,000. Let me say about 7,000. You don't think 7,000 people come back to Trinidad and Tobago to vote in an election?
Don't say 7,000 people just come back and to vote. 7,000 people spend about $15,000 to come back to Trinidad and vote and go back home. That's how you have to put it. And that's how you have to say it.
Well, because
the government don't provide a plane for them to come and vote. They spend their own money.
What they have to do is have an absentee ballot.
Yeah, correct is right. But the PNM never wanted that. Because the PNM say the UNC will steal the election. That's what the PNM say. And they make that into a race thing too. Volsang says, while those who live outside may have an interest in their country out of union, their perspective may not always be right. You know, and that there is our point, eh?
Yep.
And that is exactly what happened during the pandemic. And it turned out that we were right about fighting for exile and stranded citizens during the pandemic. Because the former prime minister was having his friends and them come in, friends and family and them come in. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And other citizens of the country couldn't come back home. So they know for a fact that they didn't have to do that, but they did it anyway. But certain people had priority or had privilege in order to come back home. Just could say you can't be half pregnant. I don't know, just cool. I don't know. I don't understand that one. Miss Santa Cruz says, yes, there are people here who are too deceitful. They experienced firsthand what the PNM did, but playing ostrich and want to crucify the government for plenty less. Let me see your voice note. Yeah. Who sent this voice note, buddy? Who is this? All right. Okay. Just cool said that's a loaded question. I don't know. Monica Ramke soon said not everyone look for handout. George Ramdeen said, COP, I agree with you. If they stay in Grenada 29 years, they will not talk like a Grenadine. Mr. Intellectual said, this is why the PNM rejected proportional representation. Jashoda says, Jashoda says, good afternoon, guys. I saw in another program saying the host was saying that Wall Street, don't let me buy a ticket and come up there for you. What are they coming for me for? What are they coming for? What are they coming for? Some just go right to Tobago for a week and start talking like a Tobagonian. Capitan C lost the accent in 3 days. Capitan is true, you know. Capitan is talk like a real Capitan is a. When Capitan talk, you don't think he's no Trinidadian, you know. So, hello, my name is Capitan. But how come Gordon Ganga Chana Dryden Joe to talk like a Venezuelan? Didn't they exile him to Venezuela at one time?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't they send him to Venezuela?
Yeah. I think the parents was able to see about him.
Okay.
But he say hello in Spanish now, Gordon. Tell me something in Spanish now.
Hola. Mr. Santa Cruz, if you had stayed, you would have been an established citizen because you have ambition, not looking for handouts. Santa Cruz, I stay away from that. Santa Cruz, don't bring me that. I don't.
Papa.
We papa. Uranus says, if patriotism is based on where you live or what concerns you exhibit about your country. Folks, you're going to take that break. It's Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics with Uncle Tommy, COP, Professor Washington, you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Saturday from 1 to 4 p.m. Every Saturday from 1 to 4 p.m.
Sunday.
Every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. Tommy, thank you. Every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. Don't forget, folks, and read join us, share the live. WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe. WZYE TV on YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also at 973-609-6509. 973-609-6509. And as the professor said, please share the line as soon as you get in. We thank you.
And make sure to tell a friend, big things happening at WZYE 95.9 FM. Just listen to all the notifications. Big things happening. Big program.
We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Back with you. It's in the village. It's Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics. Yeah, we coming back quick because we wanna laser the people today. It's Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, COP, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. That's every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. Don't forget, folks, to be join us. Share the live. WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe. WZYE TV on YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also at 973-609-6509. 973-609-6509. And don't forget to share the live as soon as you get in. We thank you.
So, folks, I want to play this for you all, because Tommy and COP, I don't know if you know of a fella called Jumping Jack Romaine Lettuce.
Yeah. He was at UNC. Then he jumped to the ILP. I think he jumped to the most foolish party right now, which is the PNM. Yeah. They call him Tatina. Crapo in play with.
Yeah.
Crapo with the white lips. White lips Crapo. Come after me.
Yeah. Jashoda said, Wall Street, I didn't hear the beginning of the conversation, but the end. What program it was on, Jashoda? Semantic. I stayed out of that comment there. Okay. What? He says, Capitan say was I walking around Caroni talking Yankee. But yeah, because you really can't change your accent, Capitan. Once it dies, it dies it. So folks,
Yeah,
take a listen.
but you could talk Yankee and you could talk Trini too.
Yeah, so yeah, that is what he COP said that there. Let me remove that. One day I was talking to COP. So what I want to do? Get gas or something?
Yeah, I was buying something somewhere.
I think I'm going to get gasoline, right? I talking to COP, so I was talking to the gas attendant, and I switched from talking like a Trini to talking to the gas attendant so he could understand me. COP say, "Way Wall Street boy, you're real good, but you switched it quick like it's nothing, boy." And but I didn't even know that I switched. Yeah? so COP brought it to my attention. I was interested. I was very interested.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we decided to have dual.
Yeah.
It's like another dialect.
Correct. Elsie Lacan, welcome. Elsie says, pleasant good afternoon, everyone. I'm locking on as always. Blessings to everyone. So I want you to listen to this, eh? Vandana Mo hit, but she hit Jumping Jack Romain Lettuce for 6. She hit him out of the park, boy. Yeah? Take a listen.
She hit her harder.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the 4 minutes that I have for today, I rise to contribute to this motion with a deep sense of responsibility and firmness. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, that I am proud of the government of which I'm a part of. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of all of my colleagues because they work very hard in the interests of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the last speaker, I don't have much to respond to. As usual, Mr. Speaker, when he speaks, Mr. Speaker, well, the man reached 1995, yes, to get something to talk about. And, you know, he went on to attack my colleague for Cuba South, that if he was, yes, you attacked my colleague. And I will tell him he attacked my colleague, but when you touch one on this side, you touch all of us, Mr. Speaker. You referred to my colleague as moving from Princestown to Cuba South, but my colleague is a member of the UNC, so he can be moved anywhere in Trinidad and Tobago under the UNC banner. Unlike you, my friend, who has been a jumping frog from ILP, you landed the P&M. Where next?
Mr. Speaker, 48.
Where next?
Mr. Speaker, 48.
You sit down. Sit down.
Again, let the member complete.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side went on to speak about, he had nothing to tell us except about his constituency day.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, 48-1. I don't think it's relevant at all to the motion.
You sit down and mind
It's not relevant to the motion here, man. Mr. Speaker, point of order. I ask for your intervention. You don't do anything here, Mr. Speaker.
You had a whole irrelevant.
We can't all speak at the same. Sit down. Sit down. Both of you. Yes. Continue. Overruled.
Mr. Speaker, they can try to run down the time how much they want. Failure is on that former minister.
Again,
Failure.
48-1, what time?
Failure.
48-1, I don't see the minister call. Mr. Speaker,
Government business.
Splendid contribution, member for Shogunas East. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House will now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
From members.
Yeah, boy, one them more hit listing hard, boy.
But she talking the truth.
It hard.
She talk the
See
truth.
the jumping frog. She call him a jumping frog, you know, which she's right. You know?
Yeah.
She's absolutely correct. Let me take this call. Point 14, welcome.
Hey, well, she pleasant good evening to you, your co-hosts, and Uncle Tommy and Uncle COP. Pleasant good evening to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
Same to you.
Good evening
Well,
to you, brother.
The former Minister of Education, I feel they want to put a restraint, some kind of chain or some kind of rope or some kind of bind on that woman. Because that woman going to be biting very, very, very bad in the upcoming weeks and months. We see that belly rising there. She going to be uneasy, you know. It's two of them going to be battling instead of one, you know. So the UNC all have to watch yourself from that woman. That woman could be coming out and asking the question if the child belongs to a man who go in. We ain't know. You know, if the child belongs to a man who go in.
Okay.
But you know, I just want to say this before I go. Just want to say this before I go. Black people, especially in the PNM-led areas, and all they have to try and find a way to clear all their mind. Because as far as I see for the longest while, the PNM playing with black people emotion. And they see when they put them in a position where they always have to be dependent on somebody to get them a hamper. What should really and truly, I don't believe in giving people a hamper just so, you know. I prefer to give people a job. Let them go and fend for themselves and provide for the family, you know. It's only when they can't work like KFC where you have this disability, you know, they give him something a little extra, a little something special for him to meet his daily needs. But the average person could go out there and work. I prefer you get a job. But the job aspect of construction work and other jobs, that is coming on the pipeline soon because I'm telling people there's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts, moving with the average person not paying attention to. These investors and then with the government going and bring from different parts of the world to come here, it's going to open up jobs. Right now, I have my safety boots, my hard hat, my glasses, my gloves, everything rest down there waiting. You understand? I just drive forklift, I just drive the Zoom boom, but I'm waiting because I know the opportunity is going to come just now. KFC, if you're listening again, you need to tone it down. You need to find another way to get your point across without bringing it in the public space like this. Talk to somebody privately, more than one person, and get your business sorted out. Anytime you're attacking the government, so they'll go watch you different, and they ain't going to want to help you. I working with my MP right now, and I had a nice little discussion with him, and I explained to him my position, and he told me go take time, and I understand that because Rome wasn't building a day. He told me things is going to happen, but it's going to take place in phases. So I had to give him the time and the opportunity for him to do what he had to do because he make it mandatory to me. He have to deal with the unemployment situation here in Point Fortin. And I know he will address that problem. You get about a lot of young people right now going mad in Point Fortin, and he knows that. But they're putting things in place because I see it on the grounds, I've seen it. So KFC, try and see if they can deal with this thing in a more enclosed environment now. Stop bringing the business out in the open public like because it really ain't songing good. It's not songing good at all. Deal with this thing privately. Okay, brother?
Thank you.
Love and respect. Doctor and listening.
Thank you. So, after Van Danamo hit romaine lettuce, jumping jack romaine lettuce for 6.
The white lip frogger.
Let me take this call. Financial Guru, welcome.
Yeah, Professor Wall Street, good afternoon on this snowy Sunday here in New York.
How much inches already over
I don't
there?
know in Jersey.
How much inches already?
Let me look out my window. I was yesterday.
Take your nose freezer now. Take your nose freezer now.
Yeah. It coming down, but little by little. Poco, according to the Spanish.
Well, hey, financial guru,
Yes.
I ask you that. I ask you how much inches you get. You say poco. Well, how much inches is poco?
It's probably about 2 to 3 inches. 2 to 3 inches. I will see it when I really go out to clean out my car. But I really want to go there right now. But Professor Wassi, good evening to you. Good afternoon to Uncle Tommy. Good afternoon to COP. And good afternoon to everybody. You heard me well?
Loud
Are
and
you
clear.
hearing me well?
No,
All right. So listen, I was gonna call on some issues, today. I always like the finance area, especially. But I saw an incident, Professor Wall Street, which has me very disturbed. And it is concerning, it's very relevant to the ZOZO bill, the Zone of Special Operations. And Professor Wall Street, I have told you and I've told everyone, I grew up in a family with policemen. My father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, all from Guyana who came to Trinidad. My great-grandfather was from Barbados, who went to Ghana, all working in the police service. My brother in Australia worked with the federal services here in Trinidad. My other brother worked with the DA, and I've worked when I was here in New York with the NYPD. So I am not saying this out of the air. I saw an incident. I saw a video with a young man putting his hand out with it looked like a Toyota, one of those Tercel or one of those small cars. And I saw the guy and his common-law wife, his bullets were just moving. I thought that was something from 3 or 4 years ago. Now I turn on and I look at the Guardian, and I see it's a fellow called, I think his name is Mr. C. Mungle, and his wife is a U.S. citizen, probably a dual citizen. The guy is deceased. The guy put his hands out. And this is in the context of what is even happening here in Minnesota with the death of an ICU nurse. Now, why am I raising this? Because the fact is, I have seen too many instances where, even when I was a kid, where they say with the flying squad and whatever, they say the person gets steal and they caught him, and next he sent out a volley of bullets and the police returned fire and the person is deceased. This is a disturbing video. The former commissioner of police last week, and I support the ZOZO bill. I think it's imperative that we have it, especially when the state of emergency is going to end on the 31st of January. However, Mr. Gary Griffith, former Commissioner Gary Griffith, raised certain points. And the certain point that I am concerned about, and even, I know the issue with the back and forth with some of the independent senators and the PNM senators who ain't going to vote, they must have the police wear body cameras. Professor Wall Street, these incidents, I have seen too many of these instances where it is, again, I'm not putting no aspirations on no police person who goes out there, but you must have an independent valuation or investigation looking into this. So I will leave with this. If I am hoping that whoever it is, the PCA, the Police Complaints Authority, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Commission, and I'm putting this on Mr. Good, I'm putting this also on the Homeland Security Minister, who was a former police himself, that they must insist that clarity, they must not have no opaqueness, they must wear these cameras, because for too many instances, Professor Walsh, Uncle Tommy and COP and everyone, that we have in this. And if we have to put the instruction upon the police service to do their job, to save themselves, they must have those body cameras. So I'm going to leave with this, because even with the instance here in Minnesota, there's a big hullabaloo in Minnesota. They have people with cameras that are showing otherwise. The people with the Department of Homeland Security, they do not have body-worn cameras. It is too far and too much not to have that. So have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm locked in and listening, but this is something important that must be addressed by all stakeholders. Have a good evening, everyone. Bye.
COP and
What-
Tommy, what says you?
You
Let me
see
just-
that video?
Hold on. Before you say, let me say welcome to Aiden Edwards. Aiden, he said good afternoon. Good afternoon, Walls, Tommy, and COP. Aiden, where you joining us from? Let me also say welcome to Jay Howlett. Merlin Rochester. The world loves you, Donald Trump. Merlin, where you joining us from? 1 minute, okay. Go ahead, COP.
You see that video, was it?
The video with the guy with the hand outside? Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, driving the Yaris and the police chasing. The police they chasing he from since Lahoketa.
Mm-hmm.
They chasing this guy. And I wanna speak honestly and frankly on this, those 3 police officers and them that come out of that police vehicle, because the fella like he tried to turn right and he car go down the drain.
Crash,
And
he
he
crashed.
really, and he really coming out, giving up himself, so with the 2 hand out. And even though it was a chase that the police responders not to shoot, with not to shoot, especially they see no gun, they see nothing. Them 3 police officers, they're not supposed to have the badge today. They're supposed to be arrested, or how they call it outside over there. They're supposed to be
detained.
Detained.
Ben
They're supposed to be detained until further investigation, without leaving the police station. And unless those things happen, the citizens of this country will not have confidence in the police service. Because once we see that them police officers then be detained one time, and the badge and the gun and things stripped from them, because in the public view, you could see that unconstitutional. You could see the police them actually violate. You can't even look at it and say, well, look, he was fleeing from the police. He could say he was fleeing the police because they was pointing gun at him. The guy wasn't pointing no gun at the police. The murder accused could say the police them was showing me gun that while I was driving hard and moving away from them. And they just come out of the car and pull gun and shoot. Who give the police the authority to do that? Who give the police the authority to see people hand in the air, even though that fella just commit a gruesome murder and the police chase him and he have his hand in the air, so the police have no right to pull bullet to shoot this guy. That is when somebody surrender. And as long as the police understand that your work is to protect and serve the citizens of this country, not to contribute in those kind of things, they did not even think. They come out and shoot. But unless the commissioner and police take them things serious and bring these people them accountable, we will always have a problem with the police in this country. And if the commissioner and police want the citizens of this country to have confidence in him and want that family to have confidence in him, I say do the right thing. Investigation like that with evidence in front of you don't take 24 hours.
For me?
The right thing has to be done. That's why it's imperative that police be wearing body cams.
That footage is not a body cam. That footage come like a body cam. What
It
difference
does.
they would I get? If
does.
the police had body cam, if the police had on a body cam, it would have exposed themselves. By telling them, they would have been saying, hey, we pull shot, shoot one time. That one would have picked up in the body cam. And they would have still see 2 hands up in the air.
Let me take this call. Anderson, welcome.
Yes, sir. Well, she's been listening since 7 o'clock this morning. But I can't get any live chat to say good day or nothing. Uncle Tommy.
Okay, go ahead.
COP and Mr. Waltree, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And all of the beat
contribute. Yeah, beat up not only get good afternoon when I call, but there are some strangers listening because that party at about 2, 3 or the street away. So some of them away from the party and they're listening to the program. But that especially
you hit me so hard, boy. You go hit me so hard, boy. You go hit me so hard, Anderson.
All right. We will make up for that.
Right.
You see that? I thought that would have been one of the topics today, and I'm glad he missed that. They raised it. Yeah. Because it's too much, boy. We had June the 2nd coming here, I believe will be 4 years since they killed them little youth men. Same thing, never get charged. Nobody never said they had them cussing one another. They don't cuss. The pants will be below the butts. These sudden little fellas, you know, they're just like party. When I say party, I mean the one where you're pushing the coke in your nose and nah. They like party, they like their little girlfriend. And then was murdered in front of the public bank. Then we had those who put up their hand and move out. And the list can go on and on. You see, that police killing, they're not a police shooting, and always they were shot at. Well, it wasn't shot at. That young fella never had chance to handcuff the one in hand. He dead today. He had nothing for the law. He had no court matters. Sometimes you police behind you say, that mean, if I ever see that happen, me park up a spot, I seen people. Sometimes that happen. And the information I'm getting was a white Aqua. Now they feel everybody that see driving an Aqua is a bandit. There were police, actually police, 4 police and 1 shit after me. One of Aqua, a police guy, she have Aqua. And that doctor is driving Aqua.
What is Aqua?
So, a white kind of small vehicle.
What?
That small vehicle like.
Who make it? Which company?
Toyota. I believe it's Toyota.
Oh, Toyota, okay.
Right. So the police like them to see that as a criminal, a bandit, a cocaine seller, or a pusherman who's selling weed or something like that. But there's other in rentals too. Okay. Them use excessive force. In care about the duties, they fail to care about the duties the right way. And I don't know how Trinidadian gets awful. I don't know how the roads are the main block yet. With these kind of things, you need to go on and protest. It's not no state of emergency. My name is Anderson Kenry Wilson. It's not no state of emergency with them things. I call in on Roger Alexander. I sent the video to our superintendent, partner mine, senior superintendent Ramisa. I had constable friends there. All my partner them is superintendent, acting commissioner, police. Yeah, that's the kind of friends I have. So I sent it to train them. I must say that senior superintendent Daniel too. So I didn't let's go on, you know. Wall Street, that is why I call unjust. I think the commissioner with all the big talking, there's talk and the men, and many men go there, they train to do this. They wasn't trained at all. A man push out the hand, but you would have got hard and cuff on the hand. And it would have been wrongful arrest. It would have been simple. The man gonna drop off food, you know. Right? The man is one of them fellas who on the block, looking to sell a 10 piece, or asking somebody for $10, you know. He doing little catering, dropping off food to make an honest little dollar. The Aqua them was chasing lost them long time. But let me tell you something about some of the drivers in the ghetto. They're better than the police drivers. Sometimes some of them pull up, I know got some police there, I drive through, so. You don't see it in the ghetto we live in, as the lava side live in. That's nothing it doesn't here. And I'm saying that's so sad. That's so sad. And we are Shembego shouldn't take that. They are good police officers which carry their duties in the right way. Which perform their duties in the right way and in the right manner. They are good and bad in everything. You see the bad ones and the police are doing that. Well, have the citizen of Trinidad and Tobago lose utmost respect for you all. Yeah, and then we have this thing now where they're coming with well, that can't bug me. The Zozo or the Zoa or the so mother or whatever they call it. That can't affect me. Right, because me don't do nothing to break the law. But then too, you will have police, and then too, Kamala, you've been the head of security. People looking upon you, you know. Because when UNC when everybody should win, and everybody should be seeing some level of justice. And the long and short, when I come to the KFC, I only don't make this no KFC program now.
And listen, we don't go down the road. Don't go down the road. Don't go down the road.
Oh, yeah, you don't make it no KFC program. People call it, let me talk about the issues, man.
Yeah.
Every day upon the program is KFC.
Thank you.
So I look forward to hear some more on that.
Thank you.
But you know, the people and them who go call in and say, well, the police was taking his siren and he should have stopped. Yeah, that also call. I said, well, the police, I don't know siren, you know, he should have stopped. But you just panic, boy. You just panic. I can remember some years ago, you in siren on the beat time, I driving up slow. Now don't get a little salary. Some years ago. I doubt it is me, you know. So I tell you, I'm curious, the people outside let the police pass. It's me, the police behind her. Pour me. Come on, pass the license. When I find you have my license in your hand, too long, I'll take it from him. Plus, what is resisting arrest? Is this, is that? So I hope that the family of that young man and the citizen and the will get some justice over that police shooting. What should I look on the list?
Thank you. COP. Tommy.
Yes.
You want to say anything or you already said something?
I said what I had to say.
COP, let me ask you a question, right? And I want to ask the listeners and the people in the chat a question. Yes, in those situations, you feel scared. You're not sure if it is. Folks, I gotta take this offline. Give me a minute. Let me take this call off here.
Uncle Tommy.
Yes, no COP.
Citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. How I see this, the laws of Trinidad and Tobago is a stop and ID state. The police could stop here and ID here. May see no video which part the police was chasing him with siren and he wasn't stopping. May see that at all. I see the video, a car swing the corner and the police pull behind. The police pull behind and the police jump out with guns and things. I see the young boy try to open the door with his hands up in the air and the police riddle bullet on him. That's what I see. And I speaking from that. When you see a criminal, even though he's a criminal, just commit a gruesome act and he surrender with his hands in the air, the police work in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and any part of the world, even which part Professor Wall Street live, is to put handcuff on them. Not to put bullet on them just so. And not even thinking about if it had little children in the car or little children outside the vehicle with party crash. But just shooting reckless. That is reckless behavior from the police and them who supposed to protect and serve. That wasn't in the bush. Nobody wasn't shooting back at the police officers and them to say, well, all right, the instinct, survival instinct kicking over there and we had to shoot to defend ourselves. They're supposed to go down on their knees today and say, thank God. It didn't have standby. It didn't have people behind that vehicle or in a gallery or in a yard to be shooting reckless. So it was not one bullet, a warning shot, or two bullets to be, all right, 3 bullets and warning shot. It was direct shot. One shot to body. You don't do those things.
It's a clear execution.
That is not protected and serving.
It's a clear execution.
That is what that is. We shouldn't be making excuse for that. That is unlawful. You see, just as how when the man driving drunk and he get a ticket because it was unlawful, he had to pay 20,000 because it was unlawful. This is 10 times worse than that. You didn't pelt him with a stone.
COP and Tommy, my simple question is this. If we don't know the beginning, right? We don't know the middle. We only know the end, right? Correct?
Yeah, we don't even know. We don't even know what the police was running the number for.
Right,
the police
right.
They even show evidence. Look, we find a bag of drugs. We find 10 guns. We find nothing. You find no evidence of wrongdoing.
All right, I'll take this one off here again. All right, folks, I'll take this off here.
Hey, Uncle Tommy, you find no evidence of wrongdoing. But the evidence showing us to the general public the wrongdoings come from the people that's supposed to protect and serve us. Even though I drive away from you. You know, in foreign country, the police can't do that. The police can't stop me to identify people in foreign countries. Even where Wall Street live. The police can't just... You have to see me committing a crime before you even stop me. What's others call it? Reasonable articulate suspicion. Before you stop me, they had to have that. In Trinidad and Tobago, the law is different. You can stop, you can ID me, you can ask me all kind of things. And then how the police just speak to you too. It's so rude and disrespectful. I am saying, as a father too, to lose a son with his hands up in the air, giving in to the police officers, the people them who supposed to, who swear oath to protect me and serve me. I given up to you, I surrender. And you did not accept my sympathy. But you penalized me with bullet. Today my son not alive today. That could be lawful. That is something we could make excuse of. No, I can't support that. Those police officers, they're not supposed to have the badge today. They're not supposed to be working until further investigation. And I am still saying, investigation with evidence in front of your eyes should not take 24 hours. If the police officers and them see me running down a man with a cutlass in my hand, and the man 2 hands up in the air, bawling, oh God, oh God, oh God.
This thing is called COP.
Take it down, go to me.
You're live.
Good afternoon, Professor. Watch it, Uncle Tommy and COP. When the police them do that young guy, they assassinate that young guy. And people come out and tell the police to protect and serve. They say they was chasing him from wherever they were chasing him, but he crashed and put out his hand. Instead, the policeman like he dropped something. Like he dropped a gun, like he threw the gun out of the car and all them kind of thing. What's the video good? People kill 3 youth men there, come and beat them in Port of Spain there. Them is 3 innocent youth men. Must be come and say trouble my boy and he beat them down there, his son. I know you might be grieved, but I want to talk about that. But Professor Washington, Uncle Tommy, them police them can't be doing poor people, shooting people just so. How you be citizens to respect the police and them? The man father a press conference with the media, he talk with friends. Professor Washington, Uncle Tommy and COP, must they go afternoon to Caribbean School and Bruno talk there. Professor Washington, I want to talk to you personal and let you know what's going on. I want to come in here and let you know what's going on.
Correct.
Because it's over there now.
All right.
Bless.
You go talk. Bless. So let me thanks, guys. Let me come back, right, folks. all we looking at, we making a decision based on the end. We don't have the beginning, we don't have the middle, but we have the end, right? And that is how we are making a decision. And in my estimation, the beginning, I want to believe, is just as important as the end. The speed that car come around that corner in, the speed, right? We can speculate. He had to be running from something that happened, correct? So I'm asking.
Yes, he could be running from something. He could be running from something. He could be running from the police.
So
he could be running from the police.
So COP and Tommy, once you decide that you are going to run away, doesn't that escalate the whole situation?
I can't even support that. I can't even support.
No, I'm asking a question.
The intention of that thing.
There's no question that running away escalates the situation, but still, those who are charged with keeping the law, or should I say, serving and protecting, are supposed
they can do that in your country. They can do that in your country, Professor Walsh.
They have to be responsible.
Yeah, they could do that. They could do that.
They can do that in your country.
Yeah, they have been done before.
I want to advise the citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Go on YouTube and watch the auditors and them. Watch Florida auditors and them. Watch all them auditors and them. And see if the police cannot do that in your country and in any other country in the United States. They cannot do that. They will be arrested one time. And once the citizen asks for a supervisor, before I even engage you, you have to bring a supervisor for me. In Trinidad, the law is different. Professor Wall Street, there is no excuse with somebody, the police chasing somebody, and them fleeing the scene, and in a crash, surrender. You know what is the meaning of surrender? Raise my hand. I give in. I give in, officer. I kill nobody. I shoot nobody. I just didn't rob nobody. I commit no gruesome act. But you treat me like I commit a gruesome act. You didn't wound me. You kill me. You didn't apprehend me. You put me to sleep for life. I didn't hurt you. The police responsibility in this country, I don't think that the citizens in this country want, when we chasing our citizen and survival instinct kicking in them and they decide to flee, we give the police authority. I look the back turn and they flee and shoot them. Who give you the authority to do that? Because one or two citizens support that? That give you the authority? No, that give you the authority to do that. Not even the laws say that. Not even the laws say that. The laws say even the criminal and the man who just committed a gruesome act, you're supposed to apprehend them, not kill him. That is what the laws in Trinidad and Tobago say. Let me not water down the law to make excuse for one or two police officers who make the wrong choices. Right now, they might be crying in the heart and saying, oh gosh, what we do, what we get ourselves in today, we could be arrested.
Let me take this call. Caller, welcome. Caller.
Good day, Brother Wall Street. And Uncle Tommy and Mr. COP. I just want to enlighten Mr. COP. What he talk about Florida, he knows nothing about Florida law. Florida law is not what he is saying. Florida cops, boy, what are you saying? That law is far different from what you think it is, bro. You make one slight mistake, and you could be a dead person within 1 second. That's all I want to say today, brother.
All right. Hold on, I have our next voice note. Let me get rid of these voice notes. COP and Tommy, I think there is more than just the end result that happened. That's just my opinion. I mean, the last thing anybody wants is for an individual to lose their life like that. I don't think any one of us wants.
But why you saying
that?
Why you saying
But
that? What you think?
we have
What
to
you
think
think
about the
happened?
beginning too. We
What
can't just
the
think about-
evidence? But yeah, but what the evidence showing us? Sir?
Huh?
What the evidence showing us? Sir?
No, but I the evidence at the end.
But that is the evidence
so
we
you
have.
you could speculate and says, oh, maybe there was a gun in the car and they throw the gun out of the car.
That is the speculation that the police. That is the speculation that the police could be using.
But no, but what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that no, but COP, what we are doing is that we are jumping to conclusion based on what we see on the video. Correct?
Well, that is what we have to judge by.
But the police have more evidence than we have.
And
they
wait.
have more evidence.
And wait.
Eh?
Wait.
Well, we had to wait to see whether it was justified or if it wasn't justified. All right. Suppose there's more evidence come out and the police bring evidence. Where you go say no?
Those videos would have been outside already. Those videos would have been outside already.
No, but it's not the same. It's not them police who did that.
Them evidence would have been outside already.
No, but it's other police have to do that investigation, COP.
But they'll do an investigation and then they'll go make a video after?
No, they have to do an investigation into what happened. Not the police who did the shooting. So you expect an investigation to go to finish in 48 hours?
I am speaking about the police and them who did the shooting. They're supposed to be reapprehended one time.
They're supposed to
They're
what?
not supposed to have the badge. They're supposed to be detained one time.
No, not detained.
And
not
take the
detained.
badge.
No, not detained. What they're supposed to
arrested.
do? No, not arrested either. What they're supposed to do is to put them on desk duty. Take away the ammunition and put them on desk duty.
That is what would have happened in your country.
Yeah, I agree with that.
In this country, they're supposed to lose the badge one time and you cannot leave the station. Well, we in the cell, you're in the cell too. Because in the eyes of the public, yes.
No, that can't be. No, because you did it on your job, on the job. So you have to go through whatever you have to go through to figure out whether it was legal or illegal. And if it was illegal, let them face the full brunt of the law.
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
And I don't want to debate this with you, especially. But in your eyes, what you see there? You see justice or you see law was broken?
If I was to just look at what happened at the end, it will seem like it was an extrajudicial killing.
And let me leave that right there.
No, we can't leave it right there.
Mission accomplished.
If that was the end. But what about the middle and the beginning?
No, I may see the middle.
Suppose at the beginning a gun was pointed at the officers. We don't know that.
I really don't know that.
So we don't know that.
If the car show that in video, but they will show it in writing. They will show it in writing. Man, Pia in that investigation, that's a Pia investigation.
No,
because we can't predict from now how it will be from the beginning and the middle. We have no evidence of that. And there are no camera.
COP, and I think that's part of the problem that we have in Trinidad and Tobago, is that we jump to conclusions before all the evidence are in based on what we see.
That is not jumping to conclusion.
That is.
No, it could never be. It's judging on the reality that we see. It's commenting on the facts, what we see. Commenting on the evidence that in front of our eyes.
But
we see a guy hand in the air. So what the law enforcement supposed to do when they see somebody two hands in the air? What they supposed to do?
But
by law?
Wait. Hold that thought. Caribbean Soul saying, was she trying to convince us that police wear their body cam from start, middle, but remove it at the end? How that make any sense?
Take your pressure and leave Caribbean Soul, man. Take
He's
your
joking, he's
pressure.
joking. Yeah, he's joking.
Take your
Yeah.
thing. What the
Yeah.
police supposed to do when they see two hands, when someone give in, when someone surrender? What you supposed to do? What is your duty when somebody surrender? What you supposed to do?
What's your duty?
Yeah.
You're
When
supposed
somebody
to
give in and surrender.
You're supposed to apprehend them. How many people are in the car?
The man and the girl, the foreign girlfriend, a U.S. citizen.
So
a U.S.
they
citizen.
didn't know whether the other person had an ammunition or not.
You only draw gun when you see gun.
I'm asking a simple question, though. You're shifting the goalpost
You're
now.
asking a sarcastic question. Yes, asking
That's
a
not a
question that
sarcastic question.
the investigation
How does
will
the
put.
police know? How does the police know, right? If anybody else in there, other than her, have an ammunition, how do they know that?
But it's you chasing me and you see no gun. It's you chasing me and you see me and my girl in the car, and I get frightened. I get scared.
All right.
And I wanted to go home fast to meet daddy. I wanted to go home fast to meet my mommy and daddy.
Okay.
And whilst I was speeding again, accident.
Okay. The speedy come around that corner there. The speedy come around that corner there, COP. COP, I am not saying that anybody should be executed. I am saying that once you decide to take the law into your own hand, there's the possibility of it ending up wrong.
It have no evidence and no news stating that the boy or the girl was in any wrongdoing.
COP, you was running away from the police.
You was what about if you was frightening me?
Oh,
and I wanted to reach home. Or what about if I look into a safe place to stop?
Pull over in a gas station. Fleet a gas station. Fleet a gas station. Or fleet a police station.
Nah. I know what you have rights to. I have rights to.
Oh.
What you stopping me for?
Mackenzie, welcome. Bishop Mackenzie, welcome.
Blessed the pure in heart. The tree initiative.
Yeah.
You know, I have a little small money, it might walk out on me, but all in all, according to you, Professor, we don't know where it starts.
No.
We don't know what is the center, but this is one to bring proper evidence as to what is happening in Trinidad. And I'm telling you, we all have children. First of all, we all have children, and if that had happened to one of our children, regardless to what, and if COP may have, I think he put it in all direction, regardless to the center, the end, what we saw, I saw this morning, and I mean, I don't like to be angry. When I saw it this morning, I said, wait, because as the guy swing, you just start to shoot, regardless to what somebody has done. Listen. We have to make sacrifice. A police job is a very serious job. We know. You're supposed to have on your gears because in case that they shoot. But you had an opportunity there. All you see is from the time this car, we are cutting it short. We all have children. And I want to say that I hope that the Minister of Homeland Security and the rest, those that belong to security, from what you all are saying, because this station is an international station. And I'm saying to the gentleman that call and raise the point, congratulations to you for your concern. And I'm saying again, COP, Brother Wall Street, I am saying, my other humble brother, I am saying this is a light to the rest of Trinidad and Tobago. This must never happen. What happened? We don't see it already happened, and this light has gone. And I hope by the end by tomorrow,
we must able to hear proper evidence from the Minister of National Security what
agree.
has transpired.
Thank you. I agree.
Yeah, because
I agree.
we have children. I have seven boy children. And most of all is the boys in this, although they're killing women now like axe. But sometime, according to Mr. Wall Street, we have to wait and see what the evidence. Take, for instance, if we look this morning, we will see that something is happening in the URP and things are beginning and check from April to now. So, COP, I understand your point. I understand every individual that called, but we must put this as proper evidence. And it's not about talking time now. This is about action time. But that's all you have a blessed one.
Thank you.
Love you and love the station the most.
Thank you.
Bless you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, folks, COP and Tommy, take it for a minute. They have to make another call.
You see, COP, the truth be told, is that there's no question that there's no professionalism at work here.
You see, for the past 20 years in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the type of work that the police have to do in this country, they always had to be on the P's and Q's. They always had to be alert. It always have a gun shooting some way. Either police shooting, bandit shooting, and police always had to be in these hypothetical hotspot areas. And they always that from the time they put on our uniform, it's just like we take up a gun now when we come out somebody because could always have something exciting outside. But in this case, Uncle Tommy, if any one of them police officers them have children and they see this guy two hands up in the air, they could have fire warning shot in the air. They could have fire warning shot in the air. They could have fire tree in the air. If they didn't have confidence, they could have. What about shooting people in the foot and thing again? How it is we only shoot on chest and head? What about them thing? As police officers, yes, the young boy had to think about what he doing and fleeing the police and all them kind of thing. But even though you're fleeing the police, and you know to your heart, hey, I am a law-abiding citizen. I not engaged in any criminal intent over here. I get frightened and I going home. That don't make sense. That you don't give the police right to shoot you. Uncle Tommy, that don't give them the right to shoot you. That is a hurtful thing. What I see there on camera, that is a hurtful thing. Listen to the father interview. Listen to the father. A father will know if the son was innocent or if the son was indulging crime and violence and thing. The pain that family seeing right now. I sure the police officer will be hurt too.
Officer Washington, COP. You know when the man that crashed there, you know in the police vehicle, it have a ball on, place put it outside the car, open the car soft, because the man, he don't have a threat there already, he crashed. Then just come around the corner and start shooting. He put it outside the car, the policeman still put it outside the car, when he put it inside the car, they assassinated the youth man. I listened to the father on the media there. The man was talking that everybody see driving at a wet man, there's criminals. It has too much a rogue police thing in the police force, and instead of doing nothing, they're gonna abuse power, like more power there. Thank God like that man walk away from that life and I never for Jesus. So you try to defend the wrong way with the police and them man. We gotta root them out. And bring back this country no more than your number prime minister trying to. That's much a crook police like one man.
Okay, thank you.
And that is facts too. Always the police officers see the car crash. And all you take up all your bullhorn and say enter out of the vehicle slowly. Let me see all your hands. You do none of them things, but always see a vehicle crash. And only understand, only study if they get wounded over there, nah. But only run out one time shooting. You run, you know, that shooting make me remember what Uncle Tommy.
Yeah.
You see the shooting at hard in Pennywise and Laramie, with the bad boys and them, the gang boys and them run and shoot the security guard and take the money and thing. That is how the bad boys and them come out of the vehicle just so, pull up with the vehicle just so, and approach the security guard and then start to shoot just all the time and take the money and go on. That police killing remind me of that. That remind me of that. Because the bandit and them could have break the law that way. But the police officers them supposed to uphold the law. And don't run out with gun and start to shoot one time. That is a hurtful act that I see in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. In any court, the magistrate will ask the police officers, and when you all see that car crash over there, did you all take out all your bullhorn and say to exit the vehicle slowly? In any court, the magistrate will ask them that.
I'll take the call.
You take the call.
We only have a minute before the top of the hour.
Well, caller, you want to call back after the top of the hour. And Professor Walsh, you don't think that the police, instead of they run out with gun, they can take out the bullhorn and say, please, and come out of that vehicle slowly with your two hands in the air instead of running out. That is why they have a bullhorn in the car.
I hear you. Let's take that break and we'll be right back. Folks, on the talk, let's talk politics.
Call back after the break.
Yeah, just a minute, right?
Professor Walsh, COP and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. That's every Sunday. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. It's going to be a short break.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's Sunday Talk, Let's Talk Politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, COP and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. That's every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. Don't forget, folks, whenever you join us, share the live. WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe. WZYE TV on YouTube. And you can reach us here at 9738681444. That's 9738681444.
Also 973-609-6509. 973-609-6509. And don't forget to share the live. Thank you.
Let me quickly go to the Let me go to the chat to see we got some voice notes. Let me play some voice notes. I think I saw this voice note here. All right. Okay. Let me add. Hold on, huh? Just 1 minute, Tommy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me play some voice notes here.
Go ahead.
Okay.
When you're done, I'll play what I have.
Yeah. All right. Here's the first voice note. Let me play this one.
Good afternoon, Wall Street. Uncle Tommy, COP, and to everybody out there. Sorry about that just now. Not everybody is a linguist. Not everybody has a degree Not everybody could be Dr. Lawyer, Indian Chief. No. But we also have to appreciate the small contributions, right? And what Gatsby Dolly did in Parliament to Roger Alexander was distasteful. Being a former education minister, she know firsthand about the learning disabilities of some children. She know that for some reason or the other about their learning disabilities. Not everybody can be an A student, okay? But that doesn't mean that we have to condemn them. And you know, criticizing and ridiculing Roger Alexander because he pronounced the word, instead of saying eligible, he said legible. But we all know what he meant. We all know what he meant. And I felt ashamed of her for criticizing him like that, for calling him out. She forgot that we heard enough green verbs from Eddie Hart, Eulalie James, Morris Marshall, and quite a few of them. Sometimes it comes out. Look at what I think it was Marvin Gonzalez did him. And he stood up and he made him shame in the parliament. He told them, instead of criticizing me, you could have correct me. And when he went to those children, right at the opening of school, he told them, don't bully people who are less than you. If you know you could correct somebody, you correct them because it's the right thing to do. And I applaud him for that. Right? Not because he mispronounced the word. He's a dunce. Right? But you see, they wouldn't see that. They're looking to use that now for traction, for political mileage. Right? But Ed Rowley told us, a prime minister, that half of 180 is 140. Rowley was dotting his T's and crossing his I's. And he came to us with FAX, not FACTS. So let her laugh. Let her laugh. That is why Roger Alexander is here and she is on the other side. I don't know what she's trying to prove. She was a failure as a minister of education, and she proven to be a bigger failure now in the opposition. And I thought Penny was bad. Thanks a lot and take care.
Okay, I have another one. Hold on. Okay, hold on.
Good day, Mr. Wall Street, Uncle Tommy, and Mr. COP. I see you have finally found the award that Gordon Ganga Chana Dry Gin can't win. Well done, Walls. You can't have Dry Gin collecting all these fraud, donkey, and boo awards. Where will he keep them? I'm still waiting on Gordon to take up my invitation to jump on a 4-engine boat and pay my warship Armada a visit. So please take up my offer. Gordon, Ganga, Chana, Dry, Gin. Have a great day, guys. Bye.
I have another one.
You have a good day too, Chini Trouble.
Chini Trump, have a great day, man.
Hi, good evening, Professor Wall Street, Uncle Tommy, COP. I'll listen to everybody, foreign and local. Let me make my contribution now. Professor Wall Street said we don't know the end from the beginning, but the end justifies the means. So what is the point? It simply means that the man had no weapon, his hands was up, and according to the Constitution and the civil rights attorneys, They had no right to shoot this man. He could win his case in court and let this police be charged with first-degree murder. That's number one. Number two, holding the commissioner of police accountable if he does not come across the airwaves and speak about it. I find he's a joker. He's not serious enough. He needs some more testicular fortitude. Whoever don't like what I say, that's them. But he not proven himself, not only in this case, in many other cases before, he have not proven himself to come across the airwaves, because things like this happened before. Right? We don't need to go into that. We're dealing with this case here now. And again, he's showing up that he don't have testicular fortitude. Right? I am the activist, I am the counselor. I given him counsel this evening. Right? The Commissioner of Police. That, Professor Wall Street, understand it carefully. It's not a matter of not knowing the beginning or the end. The middle. It's a matter of the end justifies the means. They shoot the man.
Like if it's rocket science, but we don't know what happened before that corner. We don't know. We don't know if he killed four police.
I'm saying he was resisting arrest. Nobody didn't see him too when it was, because it was 2-3 in the morning, a.m. Anybody see it? When the SWAT team went in and the different one, the Delta Force, they could have killed him, but they arrest him. So you see, so it's not a matter of beginning and end. It's a matter of a man could be captured. If they could have captured Maduro without killing him, well, they could have captured this young man without killing him. Let me hear your COP.
Rudvin, I'm sorry to tell you, but you don't care about the beginning, the middle, you only care about the end. How that can make any sense? COP, I am not saying that the end was correct, but how could you call and say, well, I don't care, speculation, I don't care if at the beginning he pointed a gun at the police. I don't care if on his speed away from the police, he threw a gun out the window. He don't care. Nothing happened in the beginning. Nothing happened in the middle. All he cares is what he see at the end. That is making no sense. Absolutely no sense. But let me finish with him. Let me finish. Hold on. Rudvin, if you was a sergeant, I would have take with 3 stripes from you and give you a left-sided stripe. A left-sided stripe. If I give him a left-sided stripe, then what you have? If he's a sergeant, I'll take with 3 stripes.
He's just a constable?
No, he's not a constable. No, my constable is 2 stripes.
Well, I warrant officer then.
I take your 3 and I give him a left-sided stripe.
Well, he's a warrant officer now.
Oh, yeah, he's a warden officer. He's a warden officer now. Let me listen to Rudvin.
Remember, the end justifies the meaning.
Yeah, he gone with the end. Oh, you only want to hear about the end. All right. Go ahead, Rudvin.
Professor Wall Street, you don't realize you answer your own question there just now?
No.
What COP asks you?
No,
If the man come out with his hands up, he asks you what supposed to be done. You say they're supposed to apprehend them. So I don't see why this talk had to be going so long.
I agree with that.
But you don't. COP is simply saying that it wasn't supposed to shoot the man to death. That is murder in the first degree. So forget about the beginning, what they didn't see and what they didn't see.
He gone again.
You know, answer the question that
He
the man
gone
answers
again.
whether he had a gun before in the beginning.
As a matter of fact,
make up your mind to surrender. Anyhow,
I take with that stripe.
So the beginning is not where the problem is solved, it's at the end.
Professor, leave the man with this stripe, eh? Leave the man with this stripe.
Realize that? You're supposed to apprehend the man if he put up the hand.
No, I take back the stripe.
Prolonged talk about before and after and middle.
I take back the stripe and I cut it up. I cut up that stripe where I gave it.
Come on, Professor Wall Street. You can do better than that. Don't need to prolong this talk so long over the air.
As a matter of fact, again,
because if it was your child, you know you ain't taking that, right?
As a matter of fact, I take where you're gonna again your
make sure with your groaning and moaning like the people in the pipeline.
Yeah.
You would have been calling for justice.
Take where you're gonna give your baton. Yeah, no more gun, no more either.
Uncle Tommy. You have to intervene too, man, Uncle Tommy, man.
Professor Wall Street,
Yeah,
they're
come
not thinking about the, with the speedy come around the corner.
Yeah, you come again.
Why it is we behaving like kind of this sounding like kind of child play fine, but it's okay. I listening.
I have a voicemail. You want to hear it?
Wait, Tommy, wait.
Wall Street. COP is saying the right thing, right? But I did my somebody in the car with something that they see, that still will give the police the right to shoot up on a man who surrender. Stick with one question and one answer and close the conversation.
Okay. All right, good. I'm playing all your voice note. Last one here. Last one. Hold on. Last one, Phil. Ruben, you get plenty.
And Professor Wall Street, let me close by saying this. Let me make a conclusion.
You're closing the last three already. You're closing again?
The only time a police officer is supposed to shoot somebody to kill is if they have a weapon, a gun pointed at police at the same time, or some lethal weapon.
You don't know if you point the gun
Other
early?
than that,
How
you're
you
not
know that?
supposed to shoot to kill. You shoot the person in the foot. I don't know what he's talking about that. Shooting in the foot. Police also
In the
have
foot?
that privilege.
What kind of?
To shoot in your foot
Where?
in order to slow you down. Not to shoot at your heart and kill you or your head.
Woodman, I take away your uniform now.
I repeat,
you no uniform
only
no
time
more.
you're supposed
Use
to
that plain,
shoot down a man
use that plain close
is if
officer
you have
now.
a gun pointed at you at the same time.
Shoot at your foot?
Or
But how you want
Other
to end the conversation and you only send a voice note to that?
yeah. Shoot the man foot if you're trying to run again.
No. All right, Woodman. I take away all your uniform now. You're a plain clothes officer. Shoot at the foot. Tell me play a voice note.
Gosh, boy.
Hey,
You're making this thing like if it's rocket science, boy. We don't know what happened before that corner. We don't know. We don't know if he killed 4 police. He had 16 pounds of cocaine in the car. We don't know. We don't know if he was shooting at the police and threw the gun out the car. We don't know. The only thing we know is he bent the corner, the car crashed, his hand went up in the air, and then after there was noise.
Dunce's move of the week.
And then we could put it together. But we are discussing, or should be discussing, what we see, what we know. What about you, Macan? You want to spin everything, boy? Just because you figure you ain't why your friend look bad? Oh, God, let me.
Dunce's move of the week.
That, folks, we know. We send your voice note for Dunce's move of the week and send in the chat. Put in Dunce's move. There. I already have Gordon, Gangachana, Jaijin, Joseph. Tommy, as we get back to the voice notes, who is your Dunce's move of the week, COP?
The Dunce's move of the week, that person what Vandanamo, it was, what do you call him, the red lip?
Yeah. Tommy, write this down. Roman lettuce, jumping jack, Roman lettuce.
Yeah, with the white lip couple.
Right, jumping jack, Roman lettuce. Tommy, what about you?
Yeah, I don't know his name, I don't know his name,
Yeah. His name is Roman, jumping jack, Roman lettuce. That is his name. Tommy.
But today is the first day of the week. We make a determination already.
No, but we could do fraud of the week. We could do a combination fraud of the week and Dunce's move of the week. We do a combination. All right, Tommy.
Fraud. Coming up next, fraud of the week.
Tommy, I go change me from the Dunce's move of the week to fraud of the week. Gordon, Gangachana, Jaijin, Joseph. And COP our fraud of the week is Roman lettuce, jumping jack, Roman lettuce. Correct, COP?
Yes, that's done, sir.
All right, Tommy. So Tommy, go ahead. Thanks for the correction. Who's your fraud of the week, Tommy?
I think I'll give it Romaine lettuce.
You're going with jumping jack, Romaine lettuce?
Why all that was to give you Roman lettuce? Why all that have the name Roman lettuce? That's such a nice lettuce, sir.
Yeah, all
Well, let me give him some like old guava or hog mango, some kind of thing.
No. Rumi. All
Or
right, let me
bad pomerac or something.
let me take his voice too.
Good afternoon, Mr. Washit, Uncle Tommy, and COP. Mr. Washit, my view on the situation is you can never please people and all too. Now, I don't know what matters the fella have before the court, or it could be some family disrepute and thing. Somebody is a policeman in the family and they don't like him. All them things could take place. But they just my view on it. Let we say the police hold him, he go to court, he get bail. Then after we hear he have a whole set of matters before the court for murder. That's just an example of drawing. Now the citizen and them go say that the justice system weak and stuff, right? Now that the police shoot him, they go say the police wicked. That is just humanity, right? But let me come to if it's a family disrepute, somebody is a policeman in the family, they don't like them, they're trying to shoot them out. The only person that could bring the real facts what going on is the lady who paralyzed right now. But we hearing that she on that police guard, and it's very easy to just pull the plug on she, and dead man tells no tale. So we wait to see what will come out with the paralyzed lady.
All right. I have a next voice note. Look, Gordon Ganga Channel next partner. MP and them let's come out of the woodworks, you know. Let me play this voice note. MP and them let's come out of the woodwork.
I want to say a pleasant good evening to
Hold on. Wall
Street, Uncle Tommy, and my boy here, COP. Hope you all have a blessed day today.
Them P and them let's come out, you know. Let's come out, you know.
Yeah, love manners and respect, man.
Oh God. Them P and them just come out, yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna play this other voice note here. I'm Mr. Point 14 call back. All right. Okay, hold on.
Wall Street, good afternoon again to you, Uncle Tommy Supi, and to everybody out there. I agree with you.
All right, let me take this call. I'll take a call. I'll get back to the voice note. Point 14, welcome.
Yeah, Wall Street, person to the again. Wall Street, I want to ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
You hear me loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
If you take out a loaf of bread, either in the fridge or in your oven or wherever, and you cut out a plate to you, right? When you cut a slice of bread, how much side it does have? One or two?
When you cut a slice?
Yeah, when you cut a slice of bread, how much side it does have on a slice of bread?
Two sides.
Right.
But you could have four sides, you know. But you could have four sides, you know.
That's all right, my don't go yet. That's all. Follow me.
Yeah,
when they take that same slice, and you cut it again in half.
Yeah.
And you pick up one end and then two side, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, you know, people that have a saying when something happen, the story there's our two sides say.
Well, there's a true, you know. Your side, my side, and then there's the truth.
Right. So I'm not going to tell you this where the truth is the edge of the bread. You agree with me?
Okay, all right. You're going good, You're going good.
Right. So the truth is in the edge of the bread. So when we can establish that, we will solve the problem. Lock on and listen.
Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, let me finish this voice.
I totally agree with you. There's a beginning, we saw the end. There's a middle, right? It didn't just start in that corner. From my understanding, there was a chase. So, Patty Reed, you could say what you want. We know all you don't like to read, right? All you like to look at pictures. But anyway, I want to deal with Twiggy this afternoon, right? Twiggy made a video, right? Talking about Naked and his accusations against Ramsey Moore and whatever. But Naked mustn't say anything about Ramsey Moore because Ramsey Moore, she girl. Ramsey Moore do plenty for pan. I want somebody to tell me what Ramsey Moore do for pan because we heard on the ground report When Ramsey Moore gave away the piece of land to Rowley, we heard what the parliament and them were saying. So I beg to differ there. But that is not what irritated me. What irritated me was that you're attacking Naked because Naked went after Ramsey Moore for leaving a cheaper rent and going and paying a higher rent at Randall Mitchell. She seen nothing wrong with that. But you're going to accuse Naked why you don't shut him up because he only know about football, he don't know about pan. Because apparently you're a pan expert. Only PNM know about pan and culture. Nobody else don't know it. Right? And the next thing that got my goal was what it good that they boo Kanai and the rest of them. Because what they know about NCC, right? What they know about culture. Really, Twiggy? Really? And Kanai so old? They should have given it to Macamillion? Let me ask you something. How old are you when you're making teen sir? I don't care who wants to sell it for and come after me, you know. I don't care. Because age is only a number. Because it have younger people who can't do the job. What was Gypsy doing? You didn't have a problem with Gypsy in NCC, but you have a problem with Kana in NCC, and you glad that they boo the man? Sometimes I really, really wonder what these people is thinking. Here now, it really makes you want to sit down and take an inventory of what it is going on. Instead of you trying to praise what it is, because you went after Michelle Benjamin as well, you know, at the beginning, right? You're not praising what it is they're doing down there, because from my understanding, I've never visited it, but they're doing a very good job down there. And for you to come and make that video to bad talking them, it was very disgusting and distasteful. Thanks a lot, Wall Street. Take care.
From all I heard, COP and Tommy, from all I hear about the carnival, the village down there, what is called the plaza, whatever it is?
Carnival Village.
Carnival
I
Village.
think they call it plaza now.
I hear it has been splendiferous, tremendiferous, marvelous, fantastic, spectacular. So anybody trying to throw shade on that village, I leave it right there.
Wall Street is completely different to how the PNM had it, you know.
Correct is right. The PNM had it was
sanitary.
It was the worst. People used to make no money. They used to complain. Now they're making money.
People making money.
Yeah,
Hundreds of people.
People that's come with
Hundreds of people over there every night eating fried wings, bacon shack, African food. If you see how much people selling, everybody enjoying, one family over there.
Yeah.
One family.
Agenda.
And the place clean.
Nice.
The place clean and serene.
And the PNM people who boo the NCC chairman, right? I bet you they're holding their head in shame now. Shame.
But I want to see if they will victimize Twiggy for saying them thing.
I don't know. Caller, welcome. Caller, turn on your radio, turn on your television or your computer.
Good afternoon, Professor Warshit. Good afternoon. So, Uncle Tommy, I want to tell Santa Cruz, go to hear the class this afternoon. Because Twiggy them is political prostitute. Them is PNM until they're dead. Twiggy caused the Honorable Prime Minister worse, and she got awarded to make tea in Wassa. And people who fight and toil loyalists, them watching at that. Just so she goes to the cause the Prime Minister again. That ain't looking good. And that's what I people bring a bit to clap. Is the mayor Port of Spain bring that front row and set up PNM people. But I ain't go up there since that city open up there. But I'll take it on TV and all them kind of thing. It's sad. They only recruiting and set up deadly PNM people and recruiting them and true soldiers. They're forgetting them. I just look to them watching the politics with a trend and sad. So if you have a blessed day,
Thank you. Let me listen to Yeah. All right. Are you listening to this fella?
Yes, Wall Street. Good afternoon again. That is why I only send greeting. You see, because I am not a PNM, always labeling me as a PNM. I'm not a PNM, and I'm not no mouthpiece Kobo from Santa Cruz for the Prime Minister. And I'm not calling no UNC station because our citizens' contribution does not matter to you all. So I'm not calling. That is why I only send greetings.
But Ulrich, but but Ulrich.
Ulrich Tutor, no?
I
Ulrich, you can't get vexed. You can't
Ulrich.
get vexed, Ulrich.
No, I'm surprised at you. I'm surprised at Ulrich. Ulrich, I know what you need to do, you know. You see them Clempan you used to beat.
He vexed. He vexed because you gave him dance on the week 3 times. So you're vexing people with that.
Yeah, go back and beat them Clempan and them Ulrich. You did a good job with them Clempan. If they run out of Clempan, I go ship some Clempan to Trinidad for you.
Ulrich, don't take it personal.
Yeah,
Don't
Ulrich,
take it personal. It's just human.
Yeah.
Talk show is talk show.
You are welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon.
You know Ulrich? You know Ulrich?
No, I don't know who's Ulrich. Nah, I don't know nobody in the chat. I know Miss Santa Cruz. Because
But you know KFC? Yeah, you know KFC?
I know KFC mother.
I thought they say KFC asked you for a few of them cat yards.
Me, you know, I not giving away my cat, sorry. Yeah, not giving them away at all. Not for animal abuse.
I agree.
Because I do not like animal abuse at all. So no, none of my cat are given away.
I agree. Keep all of them. Mind your cat. Mind your cat and make it be fluffy and nice. I agree.
But I had to get some dogs. My 2 dogs died, so I had to get 3 dogs. And yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but I am a lover of animals. Okay. I just want to agree with Miss Santa Cruz. Well said, Miss Santa Cruz. Because I know Santa Cruz. Miss Santa Cruz is a short lady. I met her. I saw her in the protest and thing when we was in the protest and thing by the Prime Minister house and thing. I know KFC mother Joy. She's a nice lady, Joy. And well, I don't know KFC, but I agree with what KFC just calling and said. Yeah. I mean, the man looking for a walk and he can't get a walk, whatever it is. But you know, you say Twiggy and all of them get walk and thing, and they PNM, and that one I agree with because I saw videos, I saw clippings with Twiggy when Twiggy used to get on bad and disrespect the present Prime Minister in her videos and thing like that, you know. And now she says she's a UNC and Ruda Munilale, she father and all kind of thing. Is like, I don't know if they don't know if they're coming or going. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah. So I agree with KFC and I agree with you, Mr. Wall Street, with that video. I didn't really take on the video, but I saw the video because it have a beginning, it have a middle, and it have an ending. Yeah. So I can't say anything about what happened in the ending. I don't know what the police was chasing him for. It could be a number of things. Correct. Right? And when he hit the wall, then he surrender. You know, so it could be a lot of things, and he could be firing back at the police them, and it's all kind of things. So we can't say anything yet until further investigations take place into that.
Thank you.
So there is a beginning, there is a middle, and there is an end.
Correct.
So, you know, we have to judge by what we see. If we see the beginning of it and how it started and thing like that, well, yeah. But I didn't see the beginning, neither nobody didn't see the beginning of it. You know? Right. Common sense come before book. Who wrote the first book was Common Sense.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you.
Okay, all right, listening on, yeah.
Bolsam say, all you heard, Ulrich, if your heart is paining you, we are sorry I don't know if COP and Tommy want to be sorry, but we are sorry if Ulrich is in pain and his heart is hurting him because people calling him a PNM and he upset that people calling him a PNM when he know you used to defend the PNM, right? Previously. And he used to come here and talk, Ulrich. He used to come here and talk, but
I admire that compassion you show for Ulrich this evening.
yeah.
Yeah, don't take it to heart, Ulrich. Don't take it to heart at all. It's talk show program. When you get your bamboo, take your bamboo.
Yeah.
Take your bamboo, Ulrich, but don't vex that thing. Everybody here love you. We love you as
No,
brother.
CFP, I'm not taking it personal. Ansel is my boy. I wouldn't go against Anselm. But I feel he need to take some tablet because I wonder if this mental awareness week have anything to do with him. Because he's not thinking straight these days. But he's my boy. And you see, I was happy to get done study week because the jackass that Ole put up is what Christ chose. That is a chosen animal by Christ. And if Christ could choose that animal, it says a lot. So I'm not vexed with Washington. Washington, my boy. As a matter of fact, Tommy, everybody's, we good. But I just want to answer him like he brain leaning a little bit. I want him get back center.
Let me keep away from you, Anna. Let me keep away from you and Ulrich.
Ulrich just expose himself. Ulrich was vexed when you get done study week. I think that's Ulrich. All right. Oh God. All right. Anderson, quick Anderson.
Ulrich put water in my ivy. Ulrich full up my ivy with water.
Quick. Yeah, I want to say.
Go ahead.
Jameson, how long the police had follow you for? I watch all them detective pictures in America, other countries. And they will chase someone who's exactly shooting at the police. And the police across there, they are so professional at 95% of the time that they will always try to apprehend the person, apprehend them. That's the police work, to apprehend, not to kill, not to kill. And it's nothing like we didn't see at the start. Oh, come on now. Come on. Ole Shane Begonians, man. Ole any man had no matters in the court. He had nothing for the police.
Anderson. Your partner Rudvin said they should have shoot at the feet.
But it wasn't a shoot at all.
No, but
they shoot up in the air or something. Shoot in the air. And that's the thing with Twiggy. That's the thing with Twiggy. Let me make it quick.
Leave that now, man.
No. That's the thing with Twiggy.
Whenever
Twiggy says she right. Whoever ringleader said they're right. This woman only wire in she mouth. All them walking massa. Whoever they say they're right. Because Barry Paradat and Kamala and them and the UNC they see fit to put a real activist in massa. Right? So whoever they get from Twiggy, it's good for them. Right. It's good for Kamala, it's good for the whole of the UNC.
Anderson, all right. You see, Anderson now, you see? Anderson? You understand? Don't be like your partner who was supposed to be on the radio station, you know. Because Anderson, those that give it can take it away, you know. You understand? Those that give it can take it away.
Well, let me see if they will take it away from Twiggy. Let me see if Twiggy will lose it. But you see this clip? You see this clip you have over here, Wall Street?
Me call no name, eh? Go ahead.
I never call no name too. You see this clip where you're showing over here? I don't think that we should take 2 hours and this police thing, you know.
All right.
These clips on them is important clips on them, you know.
All right.
And we have to recognize that. Don't let them chatters on. Them people them keep we on one topic. Every hour should be a different topic.
Hold on.
Yes, Wall Street. Good afternoon again. That is why I only send greeting.
Oh, that's the same voice note. All right.
Die when you feel hurt. When you feel hurt, he send that one.
Tommy.
Yeah, Professor Wall Street. Tahara Ubika. He come in and he said nothing. He said nothing.
Okay. All right. So folks, listen to this, right? You know what is sad though? When you are in a constituency and your party failed you, you try to shift the goalpost to a separate organization that is an organization under your party. I hope that makes sense, eh? You know, it's like the party left poor black disadvantaged people to suffer. And I always used to say that. Name me one swimmer that came out of Morvan and Lavantil from them pool that they put there that made a Trinidad and Tobago Carifta team, a Central American Caribbean Games team. I ain't gonna say Olympics, because Olympics is a lot. Just any Trinidad and Tobago national team. Anyone. Anyone. That question is open to anyone. Maybe if Gordon Ganga, Chana, Dryden Joseph, and PNM Patty can find a name for me. Oh, look, she right there. PNM Patty, find one name for me. One. I'm only looking for one party, PNM Party, one, that made a national team based on the pool that they put up in Lavantil and the one that they put up in Mova. Right? One. I just want one that make a national team. But I want you all to listen to this young lady here. Boy, when you're trying to defend her, and you get tied up. What you say? Get tied up like a market crab? That's what I say. Take a listen.
They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Even then, this one only requires one: neglect.
Now, there are some issues with the pool that needs addressing, just more than cleaning. I did get in contact with UDCOT. UDCOT then put me on to a project manager who I have been in constant contact with. The project manager kept reassuring me that she is aware of the issue with the pool and that efforts were being made to refurbish the pool. I keep being told that the pool, everything is okay and awaiting approval.
While Gibbs says a leak was identified as the major problem at the Lavantil Community Pool, residents of Cedarwood Street, Morvan, who spoke with CNC3 News off camera, said they were told that the pool was out of commission because of an issue with the pump. There are 4 community swimming pools under the care of the Defense Force. 2 of them are non-functioning. This one, the Mova Community Swimming Pool, has been down for a year.
COP and Tommy, Mova and Lavantil. Those 2 communities, what do they have in common with the PNM?
The finger.
You all remember?
They had an index
What do they have in
finger.
common with the PNM?
They don't support nobody else but the PNM.
Oh, okay.
You know why these swimming pool fail, Professor Wall Street? You ever hear in any part of the world they just put a swimming pool under the care of the Defense Force? Which part in the world that has happened?
I don't know. I don't know. Let's take this call. This is Ulrich. Ulrich, you see, Ulrich, you see.
Boy,
Ulrich, wait, hold up, Ulrich, hold up. You see your call, we
You
pick up
can-
your call. Next thing you will say all kind of things. We want to take your call and we want to answer you. Go ahead, Ulrich, go ahead, make your comment. Go sideways.
You catch me. I had to call you. You see how off I am? Me and you on the same page. It's a good thing I talk about getting your brain back center. Me and you on the same page. No swimmer could come out from Lavanti because the pool at the build in Lavanti, they ain't built to the specification or entering competition. It's just a Mamagai pool. The pool is too short. So me and you on the same page. You see how I fear? When you're right, you're right, and when you're wrong, is wrong.
I always
So
feel,
just-
Ulrich, I always feel
Yes.
you may not like my fairness. You
Nah,
like
not all the time you fear, right? These
Ulrich,
days you're not fear, you know.
Ulrich, listen to this.
Go ahead.
You don't like FAIR, you know. You like FARE.
I got an Alexander, so don't put me down there.
Why? You see, Ulrich, why are you trying to denigrate you, man? Why are you trying to denigrate you, man?
You see, you're pushing for it. Uncle Tommy, good afternoon to you, COP.
Good afternoon, Ulrich.
Looking forward to helping the situation, especially when we partner not level. So, you know, our blessed evening all earlier.
Yeah.
And Sim, I just wanted you to know we're on the same page with this one.
All right.
You're correct.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Brooklyn, call back. Call back quick, Brooklyn, before we go back to the video. Call back quick. Yeah. So, folks, I spoke about this pool Years ago. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
Wall Street, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Uncle Tommy and COP.
Yeah.
Good
Good afternoon,
So,
Brooklyn.
I want to start by this because I know jump on and I think I was here already talking something about the shooting, right?
Yeah.
And people comparing it to police work in America and all these different things, and they compare it to the first two killing with the shooting in Jumans and Mova when they shoot up the car and kill the 3 men, and some other shooting with the 5 guy from the Beatum or something in Port of Spain, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm dealing with this last shooting, police shooting here. And Trinidad and Tobago still have a state of emergency right now? Or they lift it?
No, I still have it.
Okay. You know that's it?
You know what?
You know that is it? You know under state of emergency, because people saying the car crash and the man pouty hand, I want people to understand, you in a state of emergency, from the time you match the gas to drive off, your car can get bullet till the car burn. Well, you don't understand what is a state of
Brooklyn, you sure about that? Brooklyn, you sure about that?
Wall Street, in a state of emergency, every citizen supposed to follow and obey.
For what some say is a lack of
Of the officers on duty, they have 100% rights to use deadly force because the country is in a state of emergency, Wall Street.
But Brooklyn, I will push back on you. Doesn't necessarily mean to say that if there is no evidence in order to execute someone, they shouldn't do that.
All right. So Wall Street, again, in a state of emergency, you can only find evidence after you have control over the situation. Now, what I'm saying is, understand, I am not agreeing with the police killing anybody, you know.
Yeah.
But what I am saying, Wall Street, Uncle Tommy, viewers and listeners, this situation here with the shooting is different than people comparing it to the rest. It's different. The rest was not in a state of emergency. The rest, the police officers said was 100% wrong. I think some of them get locked up and charged and things for the one from over, you know. But what I'm saying is, people understand what's going on. Under a state of emergency, the police on duty have 100, they have permission. They have permission to use deadly force if you're not obeying. You don't even have to be in a car or shit. If you just walk in the street and you're not obeying and you giving trouble and bullet because they are protected because of the state of emergency. Understand what I'm saying? That is something that the state give permission to. So army, police, anybody who is law enforcement have 100% rights if a situation.
Brooklyn, let me stop you. Our crack research analyst. Our crack research analyst.
Yes.
Caribbean Soldier sent us this. Listen to this. Under a state of emergency, police do not have an unrestricted right to shoot unarmed persons. While SOE regulations typically expand the powers of law enforcement, including allowing for warrantless searches, extended detention, and increased use of force to detain suspects or prevent escape, these powers are still governed by principles of legality, necessity, and proportionality. Here are the breakdown. Police may use force only when it's strictly necessary to protect life or to make a lawful arrest, and such force must be proportionate to the threat. Unarmed persons. Shooting an unarmed person is generally unlawful unless the officer reasonably believes the person poses an immediate threat of death or serious injury to the officer or others. International standards. According to UN principles, exceptional circumstances like an SOE cannot be involved to justify a departure from the right to life. Intentional lethal use of firearms is only authorized when strictly avoidable to protect life. And the last one is preventive detection versus lethal force. While an SEO often permits preventive detention, holding someone without charge, it does not authorize does not authorize summary execution. It does not authorize summary execution, even if a person is believed to be engaged in illegal activity. So there you have it, Brooklyn.
So I hear you, right? But again,
But that was
it's
me.
telling.
That was crazy.
Yeah, but I'm hearing what you're saying
That
here,
was
right?
the
But listen
law.
to
That
me.
is the law.
Law,
That is not Caribbean soul. That is
law.
not, that is the law.
Law. Yeah.
Right. So let me say that the law, right?
No,
what I'm
let
saying
me
is,
say Brooklyn. You Brooklyn.
what
What
I'm
we
saying,
say?
right? No, I'm telling you.
If you come
right?
sideways, and we check you, say, you know what?
Okay.
Take that back.
Okay. So I understand what you're saying, right? But let me just say this, right?
Go ahead.
They said how they don't have privilege to shoot an unarmed person, right?
Right. That's what it says.
Right. How were the officers in that situation with that shooting know that the guy didn't have a weapon when he in a car and he run off from them on a probably a roadblock or whatever it was? Where did he speed off from them? Not a roadblock?
I don't know.
It was not a roadblock. He was in Wall Street?
I don't know.
All right. Because it was a roadblock, he run from them in. Right? It was a roadblock. And I don't know if he was running because he didn't have license. I don't know what the report go be now. But they say he was unarmed because they only know he was unarmed after the car was shoot up. Again, I'm not giving the police rights. But when you are in a state of emergency, these things happen. For instance, in New York, in America here.
You can't execute the person.
But Wall Street, look, I execute a woman just so the other day.
Oh God.
And they will be held accountable.
Yeah.
And they will be held accountable.
But I'm saying, why they feel they have that privilege because of the permission, the permission, the order they get to deal with people. Some of them will deal with them, and I'm not even the first. That's about the third shooting they do, right? But I'm just comparing what is happening with that shooting, and the same thing with ICE is like they have a kind of state of emergency kind of order going on where they want to just clean up people and no matter whatever means necessary. And if the president come and say, oh, there's nothing wrong, man. That was a U.S. citizen. That man shoot. That wasn't even no immigrant.
And stop playing lawyer. And stop playing lawyer for the police and them. Oh.
People, what my argument is, that last shooting is different than the other two shootings, right? Because there was not in a state of emergency. The person was wrong. This one here,
all right, Brooklyn. All right.
I believe the police and them in the end will get off scot-free because the country is still under a state of emergency.
Right.
Let me move.
Yeah. Let me leave it.
All right, now lawyer. All right, now SC Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, you behave like you're leaning towards Peter.
Yeah.
You
sound like one of them PNM lawyer.
Prove you to be 100% incorrect. And you're still trying to defend it, Brooklyn.
And let me get Caribbean Soul 10 out of 10 for his research.
Yeah, let me give my wrong.
He bring to WZYE.
You come to WZYE sideways, Brooklyn. When you get exposed to Brooklyn, boy.
Yeah, you said about well, but
you shouldn't do that, though, you know. You shouldn't expose Brooklyn, so. Yeah, I don't think that's fair.
That's work that Caribbean Soul has been doing over there for WZYE. That's so important. Yep. That's so important, on
COP.
The button.
COP, the man looked like he had his finger waiting for Brooklyn to call in and talk that, you know.
Dedicated.
Yeah, in the middle of Brooklyn conversation, he sent that, you know.
Yeah, dedicated.
Brooklyn didn't even finish yet. Brooklyn boy, they catch you with your pants down, brother. They carry with your pants down. Pull it up. Pull it up. Caribbean Soul.
Good afternoon, Professor Washit, Uncle Tommy, and my brother COP. And the son and the crew down and the beaten down there. Washit, I go and protest and sign possession. Twiggy had to go. No. It's an activist out there who died, who support the UNC crying. Wire mouth, get you. Ringleader. Inwasa. He get a house. I glad for them, you know. But the activists of them crying on the ground, I going out there doing the right thing, knocking on doors, and they neglected me. But Santa Cruz make me feel stronger. I was giving up, you know. And come out and talk and you're just getting, you know. But I love my party, I support my party. But what shit, that pool of the building move over there, that looking red, I to show you all the PNM, the neglect the people. That pool over. While living in the backyard of our pool, it's real nice, real clean. You have to pay a small feet to go and bathe. The problem in the backyard while living, they vote for something. Bless.
Which country in the world will build pool for young athletes in community and national security and the army had to control that? That is not for a sporting club to be in charge of.
Yeah, the army in charge of it.
Why? What the army doing there?
I what the PNM want. I'm gonna move that thing. The PNM want that. I'm gonna move that thing. So, but listen to this. The financial guru just sent this. In Trinidad and Tobago, a state of emergency grants authorities broader powers, but doesn't automatically make it a judicial killing ground. The use of deadly force is still subject to legal scrutiny. We already said that. The Police Complaints Authority investigates such incidents. If someone is shot in these circumstances, likely to face investigation and potential prosecution. It says, tell Brooklyn, keep the calypso.
Brooklyn, you know, is a supporter of your soca. You know, is a supporter of your soca.
Oh, God! You know, it's comedy today, boy. Comedy.
I might be a contribution and your contribution that you make just now. But your soca, 10 out of 10, brother.
Tell Brooklyn, stick the calypso. Hey, financial guru, that wasn't a calypso, that was a soca. You mean stick to soca? Let me finish. Listen to the two pool in the PNM constituency. Two constituency that's predominantly black with poor black disadvantaged people. Oh God. All right. Brooklyn, you have a minute. I want to play this video. You have a minute.
All right. Yeah. Let me just say this, right?
Yeah.
About them pools, what all you had to find out under the PNM, who was the contractors, who get the contract, because the pool was over $6 million per pool. So this is what people don't realize. They fool the people over here a certain pool, but the financiers and them on the friends gone with all the millions of dollars, and the people end up with pool that they can't even bathe in. And guess what? Because of the crime is why the army had to be in control of the pool. It's because of the crime. Who was going on bathe? John and Lavin and Beaton couldn't go up in the pool and bathe.
Right, correct.
You understand? And that PNM place. So
right.
People have to understand the real scene on them pool. The pool wasn't about the people. The pool was about money passing people back pocket and pay and all kind of thing. And I want to say something about that whole Twiggy thing. I don't know what people are beating up themselves for, because we all know Twiggy is PNM. You understand? We all know Twiggy is PNM, and at the end of the day, Twiggy didn't say the Kamala Prasad Bissessa was the first person to do the greatest thing for PAN in Trinidad and Tobago by making sure that the first time in the history.
All right, Brooklyn, we gotta play this video. All right, gotta play this video.
Right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look on earlier on now. When they want to talk long, so look on earlier on now.
Yeah. Put all your closing comments in the chat, send your closing voice notes, and send your
proper water supply, as well as a non-functioning electrical pump. They are calling on the powers that be to do what is necessary to bring the pool back to life and hand it over to the community. Both were opened up people's movement, and both have been out of over a year. Asked about this, Gift says she made reports about the Laventel pool and was left waiting for action.
We would have done all that we can as PNM representatives to have the pool refurbished by the agency that's responsible. So we cannot blame a government. We have to actually lay the blame where it belongs.
Give. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed. Don't blame the PNM. Blame UDCUT?
Yeah. And
Who
UDCUT
runs
under the
UDCUT? Who
PNM.
was running UDCUT? Boy, you know, boy, if you think education
Well,
is
she want to
expensive,
blame UDCUT now. She want to blame UDCUT now.
But at the time, the UDCUT would have been under the PNM.
Yeah.
Correct. So I really cannot answer why they did not take the initiative, why UDCUT refurbishment of the pool.
Calls and messages to Sports Minister Philip Watts and David Naked went unanswered up to press time. Jensen Lavende, CNC3 News.
That's why Laventil is the condition of this in today. You understand? Because all they want to do is defend. They wanted to do was defend the PNM.
And if
the pool out of service,
if this administration
right,
really want to help that community, they will abandon that pool. They will fill up that hole, backfill that hole, and put some kind of learning center there for the children and them, because they want no pool over there. They want a learning center. In fact, I would put a soup kitchen. Put a soup kitchen over there and give the mothers and fathers 10 days, mothers and them 10 days to cook for the community, rather than have that pool over there. If only really want to do something for that community.
COP, if you all know who was the contractor on that pool, let me give all you a hint. The person from Laventil and the person is now in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Let me play this last voice note. That's all I'm going to say.
Oui, papa.
To my partner, Brooklyn, I don't feel you're right on this one. But I understand what you're saying, though, because these police that we have in this country is a set of brainwash colonialism brain set that they're getting on in the academy there. So what you're saying is exactly what I'm thinking, but they're wrong. You cannot shoot an unarmed person regardless of what happened before, middle, or center. If the person crash and they put out the hand, you have no right to walk up to the vehicle and shoot and really the thing with bullet kill people and have somebody paralyzed. Whether SOE or not, that is unlawful. And damn thing that's only happened because of the brainwashed police that we have in the country that only sees using excessive force as a mean of dealing with a situation. Right? So Brooklyn boy, on this one, I don't think you're right. But I understand what you're saying, because that is just how the police thinking. And because of that, we have a lot of unlawful killing here by police that up to now, some answers is not provided as yet too, you know. But on this matter that you're talking about, I don't think you're 100% correct. But I understand what you're saying, though.
All right, you can't understand what this man saying and you tell me he's not 100% correct.
Trini.
Yeah, all right. All right, any folks are going to take that break. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Sunday Talk, Let's Talk Politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Walsheet, COP and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. Folks, I had to play this before I go, right? Take a listen.
Congratulations to Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar on the occasion of your 16 years of service as political leader of the United National Congress. I extend my warmest congratulations and deepest respect. Your leadership journey has been nothing short of splendiferous, marked by resilience, courage, and an unwavering commitment to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Through challenges and triumphs alike, your stewardship has been trumendiferous, inspiring generations, and strengthening democratic governance. This milestone is truly fantabulous, reflecting a legacy built on service, vision, and principled leadership. Your dedication to fairness, inclusion, and national development remains fantastic, and your continued influence on our political landscape is simply spectacular. May the years ahead bring renewed strength, purpose, and success as you continue to lead with conviction and grace. With highest regards, Professor Wall Street.
Dedication to the Prime Minister on her 16 years of leading the UNC. COP closing comments?
Your words was kind-hearted.
Congratulations to Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar.
No, I wasn't supposed to play that. Go ahead.
Your words was kind-hearted and honest. In that what the editorial they do on the Prime Minister. I like the words you use. My closing comment?
Yeah.
Trinidad and Tobago, be safe. Be safe, be cool, calm, and collected. Think positive and don't be negative. Trust in your government.
More than 15 points.
Sorry, go ahead, Chippy.
Trust in your governance. Believe in your government. And have patience. Things will happen. Things will come true. Dreams will come true. If you set no goal, if you set no goals in life, don't study nothing. But Uncle Tommy and Professor Wall Street, I just have to leave it there.
All right.
Where, Tommy?
The truth isn't always beauty, but the hunger for it is. These are the words of Nadine Godemai. Again, her words are, the truth isn't always beauty, but the hunger for it is. Like I say every time, you the man in the mirror, you must become that change you want to see. However, if you're looking at the mirror and you don't like what you see, you cannot blame the mirror. Never look down on a person unless you're giving them a hand up. Love you all. Be safe. We'll see each other tomorrow, God willing, at 7 p.m. Trinidad time. Meanwhile, those of you in the U.S. who are battling the snowstorm, be safe. Be very safe.
And what we're going to do tomorrow, we're going to finish up our fraud of the week. All right?
Let me just say this now, Wall Street. Let me just say this now, Wall Street.
Go ahead.
The finger that dry the tears from your eye is more important than the 1,000 hands that clap for your successor.
Thank you, COP.
Good one.
Yeah.
Good morning, God. Today is Sunday, January 25th. Today I begin this day in your presence, placing everything I am and everything I carry into your hands. Heavenly Father, I come before you with an open heart and a surrendered soul. Thank you for another day, for the breath that comes from you, and for sustaining me up to this moment. May this Sunday be guided by your presence, your peace, and your constant care. I pray that you cover me with your protection. Remove all evil, every trap of the enemy, and every influence that does not come from you. Cancel now, in the mighty name of Jesus, any plan that goes against your will for this day. May every step I take today be guided by you. Bless everything I do, every decision, every conversation, and every thought. May I feel your embrace and sense your closeness more than ever, knowing that I do not walk alone. Bless every meal of this day. May the food bring strength, health, and balance. Teach me to honor my body as a temple of your spirit, with wisdom, care, and gratitude. If there are distractions, pressures, or invitations that try to pull me away from your path, give me discernment, strength, and self-control. Help me remain firm in my faith, not giving in to anything that does not build me up. May my life be a light this Sunday. May others see peace where there was once anxiety, joy where there was once heaviness, and hope where there was once weariness. And may they ask, "What is your secret?" And may I answer from my heart, "My secret is prayer. My path is obedience. My fruit is favor. And my reason is God." Father, I know I have been carrying many things on my own. This Sunday, I choose to rest in you. I release control and allow you to sustain me, renew me, and strengthen me. I place this day in your hands, and I pray that I would not just have a good Sunday, but a Sunday filled with your presence, your grace, and your love. In Jesus' name, amen. Good morning.
From where I sit, this is it. The wall said that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. Remember, your circumstances may determine who you are, but you are responsible for who you become. Closing comment from the chat. Let me see if I have anything here.
We're going out with Tamika. We're going out with the Calypso. Tamika, is Tamika she name?
Yeah.
Darius.
Darius. Yeah, Tamika Darius.
Okay.
This Venezuela saw Wall Street like a.
My closing comment, Trinidad and Tobago, let us say a prayer for Trinidad and Tobago and a prayer for the politician that we have existing at present. Trinidad and Tobago is in a dark place. We can't trust politicians no more, but we could make things better for ourselves. Stop thinking politics now, and if you have $1, try to stretch it like a rubber band to make it $5. And stop thinking about the government. It will only stress you out and put you in a dark place. Everybody be safe. Time is the greatest here, and we will see what lies at the end of the tunnel. Have a blessed one.
Good.
Ulrich, you have a good afternoon to you, Ulrich. You have a good day.
All right, I think that is it for the chat. Let me see. All right. Okay. Miss Santa Cruz says, till tomorrow, God willing, stay blessed, stay safe, dry and hydrated, and stay away from hypocrites like he or God in the convenient faith. Jay Howlett says, if you can overthink the worst, why can't you overthink the best? All right. I had to read these quotes, folks. We had to go there. Monica Rampison said, the things you do today will come back to haunt you tomorrow. Yeah, KFC, you have 60 seconds. Hurry up. KFC.
Yeah.
KFC come good as the end of the program.
Me and Sophie and tell me, Professor, what should I send you a nice video, voice note there, boy?
What is that one about?
No obscene language. I flat take my pills and I cry.
He changed his ways. And he given the government 100%. He have patience. And let we accept that.
Good afternoon, Professor Washit, Uncle Tommy, and COP. What a nice show today. They bring all the venom in me. My family in the UNC. My second afternoon to the Honorable Prime Minister and the Gully MP Ms. Van Dam with. Let me patch up things and work out things. It had too much snakes and rats in the UNC. I gotta get my little work now, please. I really can't afford no handout or no food care. I want a little work. I want to see what my family has suffered. I can't suffer in silence. A hungry man is a hungry man. That was getting on so. But brother, see if you can tell her that. I'm too late trend. My daughter doing good in school. I want to provide for she. I'm fighting through social development and like that thing. I can't wait. I'm sick for life. I don't scroll and do the paperwork. I will go out there. I change my life for crime by COP and Uncle Tommy, boy. Oh, help me now, please. I don't want a full card hamper. I want a job. Bless.
I thought you said a good voice, Toto. I thought you said a good one.
You see?
But the little daughters of them real bright, you know.
Yeah,
when I watch the book, when I see the book on them Wall Street, they send picture for me. It's 10 out of 10. 9 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Maths, English, the brighter.
Yeah.
Keep up that work. I know it's not you, KFC. KFC, madam, you do a wonderful work.
I'm going to say, congratulations to my beautiful Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bissessar. So God bless and keep you in everything that you do.
Good evening to you, Susanna Alchana.
Bennett Thomas says, chat, see you guys tomorrow evening. Stay warm and dry, Professor and Uncle Tommy.
Good evening to you, Bennett Thomas.
Caribbean Soul says, never regret a day in your life. Good days give you happiness and bad days give you experience.
Have a blessed evening, Caribbean Soul.
Susan Lalchan says, good evening, Warshik and Uncle Tommy and CP. Have a wonderful day today. S. Smoot says, to whom much is given, much is expected, and Minister of Finance delivered with being able to raise the $1 billion USD. Congratulations for being able to take TNT forward.
Good evening to you, S. Smoot. You and your family.
Ms. Santa Cruz closing comment. Don't let the drama of toxic people bore you. It not look like a bad movie that you have seen 1,000 times. You just change the channel.
Good afternoon to you, Ms. Santa Cruz. I hope you're having a good evening.
Okay, I think that's it. All.
Yes, I want to go and eat my lunch now. Time for me to go and eat my lunch.
All right. Let me see. Thank you, Daryl. Folks, we are out of here. We see you tomorrow. Same WZYE time. Same WZYE channel. I don't know if I have that song up here, no?
We'll go with you on.
Let me see. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. I've never.
Uncle Tommy, you'll see tomorrow, Uncle Tommy.
God willing.
God willing.
All right, folks. We are out of here.
Love, manners, and respect.
Same to you, my brother.
Oh, love.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was asked by some people to sing Akaiso for Trinbego, cause they say that I am the people's voice. They say, girl, you are the voice of the people. You want to sing about the struggle. So right now, girl, you don't have a choice. And they say we need somebody to be the voice for we. To raise all the injustices that we face daily. I say who me, they say yes, but then I had to tell them no. Cause other than carnival time, all your days have no use for calypso. All you just can't wait for carnival to done. As Ash Wednesday reach, all you just rest me down. So don't call me, call reggae rap or dance hall. Each day as you pick up the paper, it's another murder. Trinbay will lose and next on no daughter. Don't call me, call reggae rap or dance hall. After Sunday night I did the mash crash show. All you just have no use for calypso. Now that the competition done, it's kicking my ass and it's have to run. So when criminals making you cry and you don't hear my voice, you should know I train the boys all you have it so. Cause all you really have no love for calypso. That's the truth and all you know. Train me gonians have no love for calypso. Calypso. They tell me don't study it, don't let it bother me. Them set of music here temporarily, but like it's a temporary permanency. Cause since they reach here, boy, they leave us yet. And despite that treatment they just get, while all I get is neglect. And while we feed we youth with Beyonce, and Mobado, Calypso, Rose, Mighty Sparrow, and Lord Nelson, they dying slow. They tell me still sing. I say, why? You know you don't really like me, so don't pretend. And when you get in your problem, call reggae and dancehall, and the rest of your friend and them. I know you can't wait for carnival to done, for Ash Wednesday to reach, so you could rest me down. So don't call me, call reggae rap or dancehall. When politicians keep using we, then discarding we, cause for them it's all about party before country. Don't call me, call reggae rap or dancehall. When not even in the Kaiso tent you will go. Now make me know you have no love for Calypso. Cause as soon as the season done, it's kicking my ass at this after run. So when politicians keep feeding you lies, and you don't hear my voice, you should know why. Trinbe boys, all you have it so. Cause all you really have no love for Calypso. That's the truth and all you know. Trinbe boys have no love for Calypso. I'm that bastard child who you really don't care for. The one you turn your back on and close the door. I'm the one who you push aside, while the others who really care about you, you feed them and give them the clothes off your back too. And you speak about them with pride. Then in your darkest days, when all of them leave your side and run, that's when you want to call me and say you need me, begging me please, child, come. I say for what and why when you allow them to abuse me daily? So where are all of them now who you constantly place in front of me? I know you can't wait for carnival to done, so Ash Wednesday could reach and you could rest me down. So don't call me, call reggae rap or dancehall. When our women don't feel safe anymore, they don't feel secure, cause it's like against them some men declare war. Don't call me, call reggae rap or dancehall. When gunman in she hole is the seed you sow, that make me know you have no love for Calypso. Cause as soon as carnival done, it's kicking my ass and it's have to run. So when in a ditch a woman body lie, and you don't hear my voice, you should know why. Trinbe boys, all you have it so. Cause all you really have no love for Calypso. That's the truth and all you know. Trinbe boys have no love for Calypso.
This AI can forecast U.S. stock prices to the penny. This is where it says NVIDIA stock will close tomorrow.